Okay, let's do this. All right, good morning, everyone. We should get this meeting started. It's 9:38 right now. Okay, I have to use some chair's power here, everyone. All right, that works. Hey, that really works. Really works. Oh, that's right. Okay, good morning, everyone. So welcome to the Standing Committee on Cities Finance Services meeting of Wednesday, May 29th, 2024. This committee meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means, as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, City of Vancouver's electronic meetings. As such, committee members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. We have someone online, right? Okay. If a committee member attending by electronic means lose the connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of committee members speaking, presentation, and vote results will be projected on live stream when available. Committee members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency where we all need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass door to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this council chamber. Please use stairs, do not use elevator. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for security staff to get you to the safe location. I would like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of this council chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having care for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Vice Chair Zhou in the chair. Mayor Sim. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bligh is on a leave of absence for civic business from 9:30 to 12 p.m. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
You have quorum, Vice Chair Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Leslie. This is the plan for the day. Any comments on agenda item can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at @VanCityClerk. I also want to note City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. So I remind the committee that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gender honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first name and last name, role or title. Today we have 6 reports and 4 council members' motion. And the plan for the day is we're gonna break at noon for lunch and return at 1 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. Yeah. Perfect, thanks. If needed, recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. If the meeting does not finish today, we will reconvene on Tuesday, June the 4th, 2024 at 3 p.m. Now we're going to consider the matter adopt on consent. So we have report 1 to 4 on the consent agenda for committee consideration. We will hold report 5 and 6 to hear from speakers. The committee may adopt recommendations for report 1 to 4 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any items for debate or question to team members? Councillor Meisner, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Vice Chair. I'd like to hold report 3, please.
Okay, report. Councillor Kirby, please go ahead. Councillor Kirby, are you there?
Yes, I'm not on the queue, Chair.
Okay, please go ahead.
I'm not on the queue. I don't have anything to hold.
Oh, I see. Okay. Let's change. Yeah, kids, just give us 1 second. Okay. Give me a second, Mercy. Can you put yourself on the queue? Okay, please go ahead, Mercy.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Report 1, please.
Okay, so we have report 1, 3 held by council members, and we have report 5 and 6 to hear from speakers. So now we have report 2 and 4 can be passed by the on consent. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this consent item? Okay. So we have report 2, adaptable housing design in building bylaws, and report number 4, theater rental grant allocation fall 2024 and spring 2025 on consent. Okay. Would someone like to move adoption of the recommendation before committee in the report?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Kirby, second by Councillor Carr. Is that right? Okay, sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay, moved by Councillor Carr, second by Councillor Meisner. All in favor say yea. Opposed say nay.
Yay.
Okay, thank you. So the following items has been approved on consent. Number 2, adaptable housing design in building bylaws. And number 4, theater rental grant allocation fall 2024 and spring 2025. And now we're going to move on to the first item on the agenda, 2025 to 2029 budget outlook. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Okay, seeing none. This item has a presentation, so we have team members here to present this item. Please go ahead, Colin, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. As Colin's getting set up, maybe just a very brief couple of opening comments. As Colin indicates, the outlook, so this is essentially the start of our annual budgeting process. And the intent is to provide you, Council, with some insight as to the drivers that will be impacting the budget in 2025, revenues, other opportunities. There is some degree of uncertainty at this point in the process, as Colin will speak to, so the assumptions are necessarily conservative. I want to acknowledge that the past 2 years in particular have been extraordinary in terms of the costs that the city has absorbed, both through new investment, inflationary cost pressures, infrastructure renewal demands. What we've heard from council is that those impacts in terms of tax increases are not sustainable, so we understand that direction. Nevertheless, as Colin's going to walk through, there continues to be considerable pressure on the city's operating budget, the cost to maintain our existing services and infrastructure, as well as costs that are outside the city's control. So we are absolutely continuing to pursue opportunities to address those costs, realize efficiencies and so on. But this will continue to be a challenging process going forward as we look to accept and respond to council's direction to mitigate the impact on taxes and fees and so on. We will also be continuing to work with the task force, Managed Budget Task Force Implementation Committee around the implementation of those recommendations that are primarily longer term, but we'll be looking to move on those as well, and we'll be seeing benefits of those in the coming years. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Colin to walk you through a relatively brief presentation.
Thank you, Paul. Okay. We need to take a recess? Okay. Okay. Yeah, so we have some difficulty in techniques, so we can probably just stay in the chamber for 2 minutes. It should be fixed very quick. Okay, perfect. Please go ahead, Colin, whenever you're ready. There we go.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks.
So as Paul noted, I'm here to present the budget outlook. And this is the start of the budget process, and we do this each year, and it's about providing information to council to start the process around what the economic landscape is, what some of the financial challenges and opportunities are, and to talk about the work that staff will do as we build the budget over the coming year leading up to the December council meeting where the budget is presented and approved by council. So just, I'll speak to a few of the highlights and then go into a bit more detail on these through the presentation. So again, what we're seeing out there in the economic picture is inflation that continues to be high but is falling. The city's fixed costs are impacted by the inflation, and the city's cost drivers are not necessarily the same as general inflation. And what we're seeing is a continued outlook of elevated fixed costs, including higher costs passed on by other agencies. And just to highlight again, significant demands on infrastructure renewal to address infrastructure deficit. So based on that, if we look at current estimates and without taking into account further actions that staff will look at to reduce expenditures and increase revenues, we would be looking at an average property tax increase of approximately 7% going into next year's budget. And staff will continue to focus on multi-year strategies to address these cost pressures and to look at continuing initiatives highlighted through the Mayor's Budget Task Force, as well as incorporating Council's direction on new initiatives related to the task force. Those will be incorporated into the budget as direction is received by Council and as benefits are realized. So we'll start with looking at the operating budget outlook. And again, this is where we see cost pressures associated with both labor and non-labor materials, including costs related to infrastructure and costs passed on from external agencies. And so we'll be taking further work through the budget process to refine these estimates and identify options for council. To give an indication of what a 7% tax increase would mean in terms of dollars on an annual tax bill, you can see here that would be, as an example, for a median assessed value strata, $98 per year additional to support the maintaining existing service levels. If we dive into the fixed costs that are seeing that pressure, this slide here speaks to what the key drivers are of the city's fixed cost increases that we're seeing. And so the key one, which is the majority of the increase, relates to, again, core fixed costs around maintaining service levels. And so that would be things like collective agreement, salary increases, and benefit provisions, as well as statutory premiums around things like WorkSafe and Canada Pension Plan that are non-discretionary. And so, as well as costs around supplies and materials, especially in areas like road maintenance or areas where there's construction-related costs and materials, seeing higher inflation. We are projecting to continue the additional 1% property tax increase to support infrastructure renewal that can address the infrastructure deficit. That was part of a multi-year strategy as part of the capital plan to, over time, address the $500 million annual infrastructure deficit. Then we look at just a few other factors. So we have some investments that were approved by council as part of last year's budget, as well as during the year this year, where the cost or the full cost of those investments needs to be factored into the 2025 budget. And so that will impact the property tax rate. 1%, and this is a sizable number around external agencies, and I'll highlight sewer levies from Metro Vancouver, and I have a slide that speaks to some of the pressures on sewer, which relates to regional infrastructure needs, and other agencies such as ECOM, which supports the 911 service for first responders, and that is also experiencing significant cost increases. Those costs are passed on to the city and are not discretionary in our budget. And then the last piece, which is an important piece, and I'll talk to, is around revenue opportunities. So this is continuing the work based on the direction council gave for last budget for staff to investigate opportunities to increase revenues in a variety of areas. We saw in last year's budget significant new revenues that were generated that helped reduce the tax increase, and we project that we'll continue to see revenues in the upcoming budget that will provide a 2% reduction in property tax. So speaking about utility and other fees. So utilities is an area, again, of significant inflation. And so we're projecting 9% average increases in utility fees in the outlook. And again, the largest driver of that, as you see, is related to sewer infrastructure, and that's costs for renewing aging infrastructure and costs passed on by Metro Vancouver for regional infrastructure like sewage treatment, which has an impact on both the tax-funded budget and utility fees. Outside of utilities, just in other fee areas, such as examples, program fees or license and development fees, where those fees operate on a cost recovery basis. Again, we're projecting the cost will increase by roughly 6%. And so for those areas to maintain cost recovery, fees would need to increase by 6%, absent other efforts to create efficiencies or in those areas. And so as part of the budget, we'll be taking a deeper dive into the costs in those different fee areas, looking at opportunities to generate revenues and efficiencies, and we'll be bringing reports back to council throughout the budget leading up to the final budget approval with recommended fee adjustments. So these are not the final fee increases, but these are indicative, and we'll be doing work through the budget to analyze those further. I'll touch on revenue generation opportunities. So again, highlighting just a number of the different areas where staff have identified incremental revenues, both in last year's budget and we'll continue to see in the budget coming up. So this just gives a list of some of the initiatives that are they're being considered and will be factored into budget development. And then I'll speak to capacity building. So I'm going to highlight a number of examples, and we highlighted these many of these areas for council as part of the 2024 budget, but it's just speaking to a number of initiatives underway across the city to create efficiencies, improve customer service, which helps create capacity to address some of these cost pressures. And so, yeah, just to highlight in a number of areas, so business optimization, you can see here just examples around fleet optimization where that can help mean that the vehicles that we have drive less, which helps reduce operating costs of those vehicles. Streamlining processes and decreasing cycle time. So you can see some of the examples here, but just again, the first one around significant, like not just marginal increases, but significant decreases in staff processing time in this particular process that's being highlighted around processing applications online to enable that efficiency. Creating financial capacity. So again, just looking at things like leasing, like how we can reduce costs for our office space across the city footprint. And so that's generated significant savings, and we'll continue to look at opportunities over the horizon as leases come up to optimize. And then finally, around simplifying processes. And again, this is an area where there's huge opportunity, but looking at where our processes are, where there's too much complexity or too many steps in the process and how we can streamline it. So you can see, like, I mean, just looking at the streamlining license bylaw and reducing the number of license types significantly. So each license type that's reduced, that creates efficiency, which then can be realized in helping balance the budget and creating capacity to improve customer service. I'm going to move now from the operating to capital. And so as part of the budget, we also do an outlook for our capital. And I think the key story here is that we have been and we need to continue to increase capital delivery. So you can see that as part of the capital plan, we saw that in order to meet the demands on infrastructure, because of the infrastructure deficit and the need to create amenities for growth because of the growing population, we needed to ramp up our delivery of capital. And so what you can see is we've made significant progress on that in the recent year, and we need to make further progress. And so we'll be coming to council in June with a report on a midterm update to the 2023 to 2026 capital plan. And as part of that, we'll be highlighting opportunities where we can make adjustments to expedite delivery and get projects delivered faster, which also helps cost, because the faster the projects are delivered, the less inflation that there is on those projects. Finally, just talking about public engagement, which is an important part of the budget process. So the engagement period for this year's budget will be through August and September, and we'll use our annual Talk Vancouver budget survey and provide opportunities as well for residents and business to provide input into spending priorities and preferences. So this is an important part of the budget where we collect this information and we will share it with council through the fall so that it can be factored into decision-making on the budget process. And so that concludes the presentation, and so I'll stop here.
All right, thanks, Colin. So Mayor Sin hold this item, so we have 5 minutes to ask questions. So we can start with Councillor Carr. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that presentation. I appreciate it. I'm going to focus first on the money that we need to really deal with infrastructure. So we've heard at this council table many times that there are sort of an industry standard. You need to replace your sewage pipes and everything like that over a certain period of time. So we have that pace of change. And I'm wondering if you as staff have analyzed whether that pace is sufficient to meet the exigencies of climate change and the increased, pressures in terms of storm events, flooding, winds, all of that kind of stuff. I'm thinking especially over the sewers and the storm events.
Yeah, so I think in terms of the budget outlook, as I said, it emphasizes continuing that 1% extra property tax increase each year, as well as the increases on utility fees to support that critical infrastructure renewal. And so as laid out in the capital plan, that will help us over time to make significant progress towards addressing this infrastructure deficit. Now, I think that, there's always uncertainties around the costs of climate and what that will look like in the future. I think that what we're doing now puts us on the right path, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be challenges around events that come up and costs that weren't foreseen. I'll turn it to Alon as well.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. Yeah, specifically to the sewer challenges, I would just point out that if you saw the utility increase for sewers is quite large. In addition to the 1%, it's a pretty significant expansion in renewal and sewers. And I think from our staff perspective, it's about as much as we can handle, if you know what I mean. This is expanding to a replacement rate where we need to get is a big challenge for us, and we expect to get there by the next capital plan. But if you look at just the next year, I think this is as much as we could possibly deliver.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we may be forced to speed things up if things change even more drastically, but that's another, just comment really. The tree canopy is another sort of area where, it's part of our sort of capital expenditures. But we're certainly getting reports from the park board circulating to us about the fact that we have not been investing sufficiently, and we have a lot of dead trees. And so, again, are we doing the analysis to making sure we are investing in the infrastructure in this city, and in this case, the tree canopy, to be able to really provide positive benefits for people in terms of their health.
Yeah, so I'll start off by saying in terms of, we have, in June, we'll have the capital plan midterm update coming to council, and I think that will, again, be an opportunity to highlight the work that is in the capital plan around trees, and then look at options and getting council's feedback on anything that we want to look at there. But I think that also from the operating budget perspective, we recognize that there are risks around costs related to the forest canopy and things like the Looper Moth and Stanley Park. And so those do represent costs for the operating budget. We're not specifically in this outlook projecting increases around those types of investments. The outlook is based on maintaining existing services, but we recognize that continues to be a challenge. And so we have to continue to find ways within our budget to cover some of these unexpected costs that do need to be incurred in order to respond to some of these events, such as dying trees. And I'll see if anyone wants to add to that.
So, yeah.
Thank you for the question. So we actually have a small steering committee that we've established to actually start looking at the tree canopy in a much larger perspective around what you're suggesting around dying trees, making sure that we can replace them, the type of right trees to actually replace some of those dying trees with. We've also established that there are funds that we can access to help us with some of the cost pressures. We'll have a more fulsome report for you over the next number of months. So we'll leave it at that and then go from there. Thanks.
That's great. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Can I move for a second round of questions?
Okay, seconder.
I'll get through them.
Second by Councillor Carr. And all in favor say yea. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. Please go ahead.
Thanks. My first question is, I'm curious, in this 7% scenario, I know it includes the second half of some public safety investments that were committed to last year. Are there any additional new expenditures related to fire or policing or mental health supports that are within the 7%?
So no, within the 7%, again, we focused on maintaining core services, which means that there are a number of fixed costs in the area of public safety that are expected to increase, which includes collective agreements, benefits, and then those things like CPP and WorkSafe. So there are sizable increases just around maintaining services projected here. But in terms of incremental investments, again, the only ones that were incorporated that I'll highlight were those just continuing the full year of the additional firefighters, and then the PFAS-free bunker gear, which was approved by council. So it's really just limiting to those specific ones.
And there were some mid-year additional revenues, costs that went towards both fire and policing. Were those one time, or are those also expenses that then get wrapped into a full year for next year?
So I think what you're referring to is there was a council report in last year around some of the cost pressures in both police and fire. And so we haven't built those in as in our projections as annual continuing expenses. I think a number of them are related to things like protests and overtime due to extenuating circumstances. So I think the objective is that we look for ways to hopefully minimize those costs so it isn't needed. And I think that, again, as through the budget process, we can look if there are any cost pressures that are seeming to be longer term in nature, and that would be part of the process to look at how we might offset those costs within our budget.
Have we, with the rounding out of the full year commitment, will we now have fully funded the fire growth plan under Dark Horse?
So yes, we would have fully funded that. I'll let Karen speak.
Hi, thank you, Karen Fry, Fire Chief. Yes, that will complete the Dark Horse growth plan that Council approved.
And are we initiating a new growth plan looking forward?
Correct. We had our kickoff meeting earlier this week.
Right. Okay. Look forward to what's next there. And then on the police side, in this 7% scenario, if the police board brings a request to council, as they typically do in the late fall with an increased request, that would be added to the 7%?
Yes, I think we've attempted to forecast in our estimate, our best available estimate now of what the fixed costs would be. But as I said, those fixed costs could change because they're based on our projections at the time. As well, the board could approve additional investments or costs that are not reflected in our projections, which would then, if that were to occur, that would be an additional pressure on the property tax.
Okay. Can you say a bit about the state of our reserves? My sense is that we have spent out of reserves on a number of occasions this year, and obviously the reserves got depleted a bit more during COVID. How are we doing in terms of the health of our reserves?
Yeah, so the main reserve that I'll point to is our stabilization reserve, which is intended to be that source of unforeseen events or declines in revenue. And so that one, we seek to get that in the range of up to 16% of our non-utility revenues, and we were on that path, and then COVID hit, and as a result of COVID, we had to draw on that reserve heavily, and that, again, points to the importance of that reserve because it did allow us to keep facilities open, but it meant that we drew the reserve down to around 4% versus the target of 16% of our revenues. And so we've been building that up and making progress. And again, based on this year, we're looking to be in the 6 to 7% range. So we're making progress in the right direction. And again, that comes.
Did we build it up this past year, even though we were also drawing from it?
Yes, we did build it up. We drew from it in terms of funding some of these investments, but then we did have some surplus revenues in some areas and some vacancy savings in other areas. And so that has allowed us to make progress to continue to build up the reserve, but it is, excuse me, it is something that we need to continue doing because if we have another event that draws on that reserve, we need
time. Yeah.
I'll come back on. Thank you, Colin.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thanks. Morning, and thanks for the overview. I have a couple of questions, and I'm gonna start with policing because that's where we left off. And we do typically, I'm recognizing it's the largest cost in the City of Vancouver budget, and VPD does typically have a model where events, whether it's protests or planned events, are done on an overtime model or double bubble, as it's affectionately called. So I'm wondering, them to look at a more cost-effective model as opposed to this standard overtime so that we don't continually have these sort of additional bills that come in the year in addition to the allocated funding envelope?
Okay, I'll let Lon.
Yes, we have been working on that over the last year or two with VPD, and we are developing a model which would be different from the past model. And it looks to kind of regularize or bring predictability to those fees. And so similar to the way In engineering, we charge for connection fees. We actually charge a set rate, even though the cost of delivering those vary by household to household to household. But predictability is what people are looking for. So we're looking for that same sort of model for the film and special events with VPD, where they would identify a set amount, charge that amount, and then at the end of the year, some events will be high and some will be low, but we can normalize or kind of regularize across all of the events at the end of the year. So that's the goal that we're working for or towards.
So that's really helpful. So following up on that, Lon, is there an opportunity for that, some of that to be accommodated within sort of the typical annual budget with the normal sort of collective agreement and inflationary pressures without sort of an additional large add in terms of regularizing a new model?
Councillor, maybe just to clarify, because there's a couple of things going on here. So typically for special events, those costs are borne by the organizers. They don't hit the budget. So as Lon said, we're looking for a model that still recovers those costs, but in a way that's much more manageable and predictable for the organizers. The exception to that is the Celebration of Light, which the city actually does fund directly. That event is unique in that the in-kind costs, all of the city services, engineering, police are actually covered out of our budget, and we do budget for those.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? Because you've identified the distinction between two different events, sort of the formal city ones that are sort of city designated, like, Pride, Celebration Light, for example, and then there's a number of others that are not.
So Celebration of Light is unique. There are no other events like Celebration of Light where the city covers all of the city costs. That is a unique event. In the case of Pride, we have our special events model where the city does subsidize some of those costs, but largely those costs are borne by the event themselves. And then there are things like protests where, of course, organizers are not paying any costs in the city, or VPD absorbs all of those. So those are kind of the different buckets of things we're talking about here that drive overtime.
Okay, so two follow-ups on that then. So do we anticipate that regularization, in addition to predictability for the event organizers, will provide any cost savings, or is it just going to provide predictability?
Well, predictability is what the event organizers have requested. And because when we forecast when VPD provides a forecast of the estimated cost of the event, it is something that they do work into the program. It's when that bill comes later, and if it's substantially more than they had originally budgeted, you can see how that puts them in a difficult situation.
Okay. Yeah, it does. Okay, so I'm glad that those discussions are underway. I'm going to switch gears into infrastructure, and I know we're putting 1% away every year. There's been a lot of dialogue on the news the last couple of days, and I think some ill-informed comments about what sponsorship is, that it's attaching names and not selling assets. But I'm wondering if you could comment if, generally speaking, as a principle, if we're able to bring in additional revenue that could, from things like naming rights, just like universities does. The VAG is going to have the Chan Center for the Performing Arts. We now have the Freedom Peony Amphitheater. Universities, hospitals do this. Would that enable us to potentially replenish our reserve at a higher rate in addition to mitigating property tax increases?
Yeah, I mean, I'll speak generally, and then I'll ask if anyone wants to come up to add to more specifically. But I think generally speaking, we have through the sponsorship, advertising, and naming rights and donations initiative, there are incremental revenues that are coming from that, and we'll be factoring some of those revenues into the operating budget to help offset property tax. And there may be some revenues that are, because of the nature of them, are specifically tied to infrastructure renewal. And so I think the answer can be both. And through the budget development, that's where council will have an opportunity to provide feedback and direction on where those dollars get allocated.
Okay,
And
I'll come
we are
back-
at time.
come
Yeah,
back
we have
and follow
second
up.
round.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. Excuse me. Just a couple of quick questions. Can you remind, you mentioned it briefly in your presentation, but can you remind everybody the cost the city is absorbing from both the provincial and the federal government that should be or typically are their responsibility and they're downloading to the city right now?
Yeah, so I'll get, I think you're referring to the memos that were shared publicly, and I'll get the specific number to hand, but I know offhand it's in the hundreds of millions in terms of what was identified in those memos. I'll just get back to you on the specific number, but it is substantial.
It's something around 300 million?
Yeah, in that magnitude.
Okay. And the other question I have was just, you mentioned something about a public survey on the budget. Can you expand a little bit on that, what that's going to look like? Is that just an in-house city website survey, or is it a third party?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Monica Maria Ponticus, Chief Communications Officer. We do several things with respect to budget engagement. On a biannual basis, we do a civic satisfaction survey, which is a market research survey, standardized questions year over year. We did that last in 2023, and we do it biannual, so we'll do that again next year. This year, we'll have a Talk Vancouver survey. Again, that's something we do consistently year to year. I think we've done it with the same question set for the last 10 years to ensure longevity and a kind of a comparison over time or what people are thinking. So we'll be putting that out into market in August and September to come back to you so you have those findings for the fall.
Is that through the city, just through the city website?
Yeah, that's through our Talk Vancouver platform.
Okay. Is there any thought to using a third party polling, for example? You may have.
Yep, so the civic satisfaction survey is run generally through Ipsos. It's the vendor who does that, and that is a quant market research survey, and we do that on a biannual basis. We do it not annually just because of the significant expense associated with that. Market research is very expensive, so we have to balance getting those details versus the cost we're spending. So we found that's a good interval to do it because generally year to year, it is quite level, what we find.
Is it fair to say that we hear from the same people on a regular basis in those surveys? Like, it's not going out to the general public, that the same.
Yeah, we can get back to you with kind of the analysis over the last several years of the budget engagement, who we hear from, how we hear from them, and also how we right-size and standardize that through doing some adjustments to make sure that it's representative of the city. But it would be helpful for you to just be able to see a demo breakdown. So I'll have the team get back to you with that.
Because I also know that there was a survey that the city put out a little while ago, and I was able to do, I pulled every cell phone and every laptop and every iPad I had in the house. There's 4 people living in my house. We had 9 devices. I was able to take the survey 9 times. So I'm wondering if we're looking at ways to prevent groups and individuals from loading the survey and skewing it.
Yeah, with platforms like Tom Vancouver, there are redundancies and data standardization that are worked in to prevent those kind of things, and we actually adjust surveys for that very thing. So typically, we're not seeing the same people doing what you're saying here, where there's dozens and dozens of surveys being taken by the same entities. It accounts for a very small percentage of survey participants.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I'm the next one, so I'm going to continue with the question from Councillor Boyle regarding the reserves, because I have the similar question. So, Colin, can you remind us when we do the budget last year, what is our prediction in terms of the reserve level?
Yeah, thank you. So again, when we were doing the last year's budget, I think we were seeing our reserves in the around the 5 to 6% range, and we were targeting to increase them to the 6 to 7% range. And again, the overall target is to get the reserve up towards the 16% range. So yeah, and we were able to, through last year's budget, increase put 1% into the reserve. And as I said, that was based on having some additional revenues come in and some vacancy savings that were able to both offset some of the pressures on the reserve, such as the public safety, as well as put dollars into the reserve to increase the balance.
Okay, so our prediction last year, end of the last year, was 6 to 7%. And this report with 7% increase in property tax is still at 6 to 7%. Basically, there's no increase in terms of the reserve. Only 7% increase property tax.
Yeah, and I need to clarify, the table that is included in the report associated with this did have 6 million that was factored into that 7% around dealing with unforeseen costs and or reserve replenishment. And so that was part of the table, but I think that we know that we have significant cost pressures as well. So through the budget process, we would be looking to refine that number. And I think, again, the goal is to make sure that we have the reserve moving in the right direction. And I think if we can continue to make sure that we manage some of the risks, but also build the reserve up as we had done in the past year, then we'll be on the right track.
Okay, thanks. My next question is Appendix B. So I saw the sponsorship naming rights we were planning for $500,000 in 2024. I think when I asked the question last year was that are we going to plan more of this revenue in 2025? But from that table, I didn't see any revenue planned for 2025. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I think we're waiting for, there'll be some report back to council separately. So at the time of the outlook, we didn't have an estimate specifically that we could provide, but I think that it doesn't mean that there's not going to be the revenue. It just means that it will be coming to council in future.
I see. So potentially the revenue increments, $7.8 million, that would potentially could be more.
Yeah, I think we'll look to increase that where we can, and as we develop the budget, provide that information to council.
Thank you. My next question is Appendix C, regarding the funding approval from the senior levels of government. I saw most of the unsuccessful funding approved was actually because of the climate emergency and the resiliency. Like out of the $48.8 unsuccessful dollars, $46.8 million were climate emergency and resilience. Can you comment on that? What's going on there?
Yeah, I think I'll look to see if we have someone that could speak more specifically on the climate funding and why some of those applications would have been unsuccessful. If
I can offer a general, and we can follow up, Councillor, on that. What I would say is that the potential investments that the city could be making in climate vastly exceed the amount of funding that's available from federal and provincial governments right now. So that's really what you're seeing there, is that those funds are generally oversubscribed. And the projects that we're putting forward in many cases are very large. Like sewer renewal, where we actually have received some significant funding, but it's an issue where there's a lot of cost pressure going forward and a relatively limited amount of senior government funding.
Okay, so the question, the issue is really the limit amount from the senior level government. It's not because of our application process. Okay, good to know that. Yeah, that's all my questions so far. Thanks. Councillor Carr, you are the second round, right? So I'm going to move to the first round. Councillor Clausen, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want a few different areas. In terms of revenue generation, I've heard pretty clear message that some of the provincial changes around community amenity contributions, do we have a kind of a general idea of how paying for growth is going to be affected by the policies that are coming forward from the province?
Yeah, and I think that we're still continuing to do work on that. So I expect that will be, as we get more clarity, that will be information that will come to council in future and will impact future capital plans.
Okay.
Yeah.
In terms of, I'm going to sort of focus a little bit on public works and engineering. Just has the increasing pressure on cost pressures forced any kind of changes in approach in how we are budgeting different departments and different needs? I'm kind of getting a sense that staff are responding to that, but it'd be nice to kind of hear a little explanation of maybe some changes in approach in terms of how we look at projects and how we prioritize them in these sort of financially challenging times.
Yeah, Lon, did you want to speak? I can speak generally, but if there's anything you wanted to.
To keep the tax increase low, I think generally the budget approach we've taken this year and actually last year was, first of all, to kind of start with what we worked with previous year. So rather than asking all the work groups what they would like to achieve, it's kind of like the zero base. Within that, then where we try to deliver more is within the amount of money that they have available to them. And then ultimately, we can identify increases, but generally we're looking for council to direct us on what those increases would be. Within the utilities, it's a little bit more straightforward because their goal to get to a sustainable renewal rate is clear. It's a clear direction and it's a clear objective for them, and they use the utility fees to kind of achieve that. For our infrastructure that is tax funded, it is a harder conversation, and those are generally road maintenance and rehab and new money into road safety or road improvements. Those are ones where our current plan is to continue at the last year's pace of those works.
Thank you. I just want to just have a quick question. Some councillors and myself attended the BIA Partnership Economic Summit last week, and certainly we're hearing a lot of concerns about costs being downloaded onto to our small business and retail sector here in the city. And I just want to get a sense of how our new business and economy office might help to infuse a little bit of a bit more awareness of some of the challenges that they're facing going forward.
Councillor, I can speak to that. Yeah, certainly that relationship with the BIAs and those storefront retail is a big focus and a big priority for that office. We're presently recruiting for the director of that, and we'll be that's work that of course our team in engineering does a lot of work with. There's been staff in planning. We're looking to consolidate that liaison point to provide them with easier access, and then we'll continue to involve the operational departments as needed to actually support them on the ground. So yeah, for sure, that's one of the top priorities for that office is that particular constituency and working with them to identify solutions and address some of the pressures you've talked about.
Very good. Thanks very much. Those are my questions, Chair.
Right, so I'm gonna go through the first round, Councillor Fry, so advance. Oh, okay, I pressed the wrong button, maybe, give the floor to the select user. There we go.
Thank you, Chair. That's very thoughtful of you. Appreciate that. Looking at, and actually I appreciate that this is all preliminary work and stuff. I'm looking at Appendix B though, and on the, some of the short-term opportunities, residential parking permit fees, can you explain, it seems low to me as a potential there. Can you explain what residential parking fees are being contemplated here? And I seem to recall that last term we had a more robust conversation about this and what potential revenues might come of private use of public right away.
Yeah, so the residential parking permit, when it was first created at the City of Vancouver, was sort of a cost recovery model. And that was really to just manage outside parkers in neighborhoods, you know, people working in the nearby area. Over time, we've felt a need to increase that more to a market rate to actually sell fewer permits. And so we did a big correction in the West End. And West End now pays what we describe as a market rate, which means that people consider whether or not to purchase a on-street parking permit versus purchase or rent a stall in the building below them. For a lot of the areas outside of the central business district, we've been slowly migrating those areas to a market rate too. But the way we've been doing that is with of inflationary increases, so typically 10%. But that we've also increased by 20% in areas where we feel that kind of a faster escalation might kind of deliver better results in those neighborhoods. But from our perspective, we're trying to do it at a pace where it's not a surprise or a shock to the residents, that those increases are manageable. So of course, this is something that if council directed us to, or if there was an interest, we could move more quickly to a market rate in those neighborhoods where they are overparked, and the only solution is to increase the price of the permit.
So if I'm extrapolating this, then we're looking at this more as a traffic demand management kind of system, and rather than a real revenue generation, like looking citywide, and potentially there's a lot of money being left on the table by not.
That's correct. So there's, we don't have well, council will be receiving a report coming up about the elimination of parking minimums citywide. Along with that will come a revised parking permit program. And so that would change the way we implement parking permits across the city in a more kind of responsive and reactive way, in particular to respond to the elimination of parking minimums in development. But that's also a time for us to just say, you know, if we chose, you know, what is a baseline rate for charging for the curbside space? And again, that would be ultimately a council decision if it was more than the cost recovery of the service.
And just refresh, and obviously I can't remember the number, but what kind of numbers were we talking about last term when we were talking about citywide residential permit.
Yeah, so
Accepting
when
the special distinctions with.
we did have the climate emergency parking proposal. In that, it had, I think the initial year was 20 million or so, but it escalated, and it was largely because the number of vehicles that would be polluting kind of rose in time. And it had a very different forecast in future years because of, yeah.
Okay, appreciate that. And then unrelated to Lon's world, I see charging not-for-profit parks. Could you, this also in Appendix B.
I think so. The not for profit leases in parks, I think is the one you're referring to.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's a very modest amount, but I'm just curious, what does that mean?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the question. Natalie Freilich, Director of FP&A for Park Board. So essentially, we're taking the opportunity to look at not-for-profit leases that are coming up due and renegotiating those leases to at least consider a cost recovery basis and any other further revenue opportunities with our not-for-profit lease partners.
And just out of curiosity, what kind of not-for-profit partnerships are we talking about? These daycares or?
Not daycares. They're just not-for-profit groups that are using our spaces. So an example would be like the Marilomas using some of our field houses or any sort of, usually, field house spaces that we're trying to renegotiate.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Fry. Okay, now we are moving to the second rounders. Councillor Carr, please go ahead. Second round.
Great, thank you. Thank you. In the report, in Appendix B, it does talk about sponsorship, advertising, naming rights, and donations. And I'm specifically wondering whether or not we're going to give the opportunity for council to make decisions on naming rights of public spaces, buildings, et cetera. Noting that in 2013, I was on council when council made the decision about whether or not to name the theater in East Vancouver around the sponsor West Coast Production. So there was an opportunity for the public to have an input on that. So are you intending to do the same thing in any future potential naming right of a public space, facility, park, et cetera?
Yeah, Councillor, so we will be coming to council with some policy around this issue and the question of under what circumstances council would be approving or delegating that authority to staff is something that council will need to decide. We certainly are anticipating right now that any significant naming decisions would be approved by council. But that policy will come for you to set that framework.
Okay, you're anticipating that would be to council in a public
Yes.
public council. Yep. Okay, appreciate that. That's great. Yeah, that's my only question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm happy to follow up on that. Actually, I have some questions about sponsorships I know we're early in that work. But what estimates staff have about, even in a kind of range, what difference sponsorships could make for this budget coming up?
Yeah, and as I said, like for the outlook, we didn't include an element of that because it was just a bit too early to put a number to it. But I think that there will be something, and as Paul said, there will be coming forward to council that I think will have more of an indication. I think there is sizable opportunity over a multi-year, but I think that in terms of specific numbers that can go in this budget, that will be something that comes back to council when later in this process.
When does that come back to us?
Paul, do you?
Yeah, so there is, and I'll have to follow up, Councillor, around the specific timing for the work around sponsorships. Is certainly in advance of decisions on the next year's budget, so over the coming months.
Okay, but not likely that we will have many or any sponsorships in place to mitigate, to be making an impact on the numbers for next budget?
That will be, I think we will be looking to determine and make a recommendation of whether we should book, anticipated revenues into this budget or not. To Colin's comments, we're not at the stage yet where we would be recommending that. Obviously, we're looking to get to the point where we can start accruing those revenues subject to council's approval. But yeah, at this stage, it's not certain whether we would be proposing to incorporate that into the 2025 budget or not. That's the work we're doing now is what's the timing that we could actually see that money and how secure is it?
Right. Okay. Do we, again, I know it's early, but do we have estimates of what other comparably sized bodies raise in revenues? I'm just asking because it's been widely talked about from some folks around this table. The number of 100 million gets thrown out, and the public is interested in what credibility there is to that number. So I'm trying to get a sense of what we're comparing to, any other numbers that the public can trust.
Yeah, I don't have to hand any benchmark comparisons. I think that's something we could take away and see information we can get back.
Yeah, that would be helpful, whether it's in the context of the budget updates or in the context of the sponsorship review. I think it's good to have numbers that are based in something and not just made up. So that would be helpful. My last question is about any reductions to the budget. I see there's an amendment coming to reduce the tax increase below 7. And I'm wondering if in the past staff have brought forward options to council. You wanted to reduce the budget by 1%, by 2%. Here's what it could include. Is that the plan for this year as well?
I mean, I think broadly, yes. Like if council provides direction related to the budget, that typically what we would do is take it away and provide some information and options to council to consider before making the final decisions.
Can I move for a third round? I just have one more question and I don't want to be...
Okay, yeah, so we need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Carr. All in favor say yay. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carried. Please go ahead.
Thanks. I'm wondering if you can give us some examples. You outlined very clearly that this is a status quo budget. If we were looking to reduce that 7%, what the kind of where staff would look first to make those cuts?
Yeah, I don't know because we haven't really gone through that process yet. I don't think that I can answer that specifically. That would be something that we would take any direction from council and work through our city departments and pull together that information. I think that, what I will point to and something that we've shared with council previously and we can bring back as information is around clarifying which are the areas of city service that are funded through property taxation, because those would be the areas that would we would need to be looking at in order to realize.
Can you remind us now? Those top areas.
Yeah, so I think public safety, so police and fire is a large tax funded area, and then we have some of our engineering areas like streets and the tax funded portion of the sewer system.
We are at time, but we have third round. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kirby, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I want to just pick up kind of where I left off on the infrastructure piece, because we do have the now widely reported that we started to quantify it at the end of last term, $500 million infrastructure deficit. And sort of picking up also on Councillor Glassen's comments with respects to, with the new provincial government framework, our CAC model and ability to generate that revenue could look very different. So two things that don't add up well together in terms of the ability to generate less money and an increasing deficit. So I wonder if you can sort of go back a little bit or perhaps paint a picture of, would we be looking at, without looking at creative ways to generate revenue, whether it's sponsorship or others, increasingly above and beyond even normal inflationary costs and wage increases, would we see a trajectory of much higher taxes because potentially we're going to have less money coming in on those needs?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, around the specific provincial changes, there's work going on, so it's difficult to comment on specifics of dollars, Paul.
But I guess the question is, if we have the ability to generate less as a principle, then we're going to have to find a way to get money otherwise. That's the question I'm asking.
Maybe, Councillor, a couple of clarifications, and I think the answer to your question fundamentally is yes, but just to distinguish and be clear that the infrastructure deficit that we're talking about is renewal of our existing infrastructure. Our development charges and development, so CACs and DCLs do not fund renewal. They only fund growth. So none of that, whether those formulas change.
I understand that.
Okay. So I just want to make sure, because we've got two numbers. In terms of the growth piece, if the city is unable to, I mean, right now growth doesn't pay for growth. If
Fair-
if those charges are limited, then yes, that will impact tax, or
Yeah.
it will reduce service levels.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm just jumping in for time because I'm limited. But I think my point that I'm trying to make here, and I understand very clearly that CSEs play for growth and our responsibility is existing renewal infrastructure. But if we end up with a less funding and ability overall, we will have some choices to make that all cities have to go there, and we don't have the ability to fund upgrading the existing. We have increasing population coming in. The existing infrastructure is going to continue to degrade, right?
Yes, I think the needs are high to accommodate all those factors, and so that would be absent other things to help mitigate. That would be a continued pressure on our property taxes and fees into the future.
Right. So if we're not doing renewal, then we're having extra pressure from not just the existing folks that live here for aging assets, but new people coming in because those are all the amenities that they can use.
Yeah, I think that
That's the
to
point
the
I'm
extent
trying
that
to get
growth
at.
doesn't pay for growth, then that is a challenge, financial challenge we would have to address.
Okay. Let me switch gears a little bit. I'm looking at Appendix C with respects to senior government funding and partnerships overview. I wonder if you can give us a sense, there's an in progress column, like how much we've requested, 181 million, approved 15 million in progress. What's the likelihood of receiving some of those funds? And what does our track record look like in terms of requesting funding from senior governments versus sort of what we've been receiving the last couple of capital plans?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have seen an increase in funds coming to the city from senior government, which is a positive. But again, as Paul said in his comments, the needs and what we could, if the funding were there, far exceeds what is available. So I think that, again, I think that we've made positive progress in increasing that senior government funding, which can address these challenges. But we're not in a place where it's solving all the challenges.
Would you staff be able to come back and kind of give us a sense of what our ratio looks like in terms of what we ask for and what we actually get, and how we are comparing relative to other cities, i.e. is Vancouver getting its fair share type of question?
Yeah, I think we can take away and look at what analysis we could do to provide council with that information. Yes.
Okay. I think that would be really helpful as we continue to see the infrastructure crunch. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Councillor Kirby. Mayor Sin, please go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. Now, I don't know if you can answer these questions, but I know there's a lot of confusion or a lot of questions around the size of, or what we think the potential is for sponsorship, naming of buildings that don't have names on. So can you, based on your knowledge, can you confirm if this is accurate? The Sauder family paid $20 million to name the Sauder School of Business. Tech paid $10 million to name the St. Paul's Hospital in Vancouver. TELUS was willing to pay $40 million to rename BC Place. The Lee family, $5 million to name a building at the Sauder School of Business, and $10 million back in 2009 for the Dance Center. Performing Arts to name that building. Does that seem accurate to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't have the specific numbers to hand, but I have any reason to say those aren't the right numbers. So
Based on that, would you say the opportunity is actually quite substantial, where we could basically do something that's been done in many communities, cities, in different areas, to offset the cost to taxpayers by getting individuals or, the right corporations that live our core values to help taxpayers in the city of Vancouver by doing this?
yeah, I think the opportunity is there for sure, and that we'll do the work and come back to council with more specifics to what you're looking for.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
All right, okay, thanks, Mayor Sim. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Colin, this is way more of a just out there philosophical kind of question. I appreciate you don't have a crystal ball, but this seems somewhat conservative in estimating. Where are there potential new risks that aren't fully fleshed out here that we might, obviously we have FIFA coming and that's going to come with expenses. We have changes in provincial legislation. Do you have other kind of pieces waiting in the wings that we might want to just be mindful of as we contemplate some of this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think in every budget, we're always facing a landscape of risks and uncertainties, and I can speak to some of the ones that we've seen and reported on in this year and recent years. And then, yeah, to your point, like there's no crystal ball, so there's always going to be something that is just unexpected going into the year that I can bank on. But I think in terms of what we have seen, like we know that in the public safety area, the social issues and the pressures on our public safety with things like the overdose crisis and with protests and encampments and those types of kind of challenges that are, in some ways just broader and they create pressure on city services. That's obvious. That's a key area of risk. I think that in terms of, you spoke to FIFA, and I think the city has a fixed commitment around what we'll put into FIFA, and we have a funding strategy that doesn't draw on taxpayer dollars for FIFA. So I'll clarify that. And then I think a big risk in the budget is always be related to the regional collective bargaining landscape, because we're entering a phase where, again, we don't have collective agreements with the majority of our bargaining units for the 25-26 years. And so that's a big portion of our cost. And so certainly we estimate where we can to project what kind of contingencies we will need. But what happens is very dependent on some of the regional and processes on arbitration that are governed through provincial legislation and not within the direct control in every circumstance. So that's a risk, because we get information as we go through the process, and we'll come back. And then, obviously on construction, you've heard about, like, there's just a cost inflation that is impacting construction and materials. And, hopefully that is moderating, but with global events that can happen any time that make certain materials drastically more expensive. And so we'll always just have to anticipate that there could be pressure in those areas.
Appreciate that. And I guess also because you've been at this for a while, and we've had consistent sort of projections around climate change and impacts on infrastructure. Or do we see those kind of, are we meeting those same projections, or do they, I mean, we just heard that there's a new ice sheet breaking off the Antarctic and they're revising the sea level rise projections to 3.6 meters.
Yeah, I can say that we have seen in the past year or two increasing incidents of costs that we wouldn't have normally seen as part of the budget, but are attributable to extreme weather events. Like we had king tides and windstorms and floods and fires and all those things happening. And so, I mean, I think that we're seeing an impact on the budget, and we're trying to manage that within the funding envelopes that we have, but it does put pressure on those funding envelopes.
Okay, thanks, Colin. That's good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Mayor Sim, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I got so excited about the opportunity, the revenue opportunity, I forgot to bring something up. And by the way, if we exit on this massive revenue opportunity, it actually could help us with climate resiliency. So I'm super happy about that as well. Okay, I do want to acknowledge incredible work that you and the entire team does. It's a heavy lift, and just always blown away by how thoughtful you guys are when you put this together. And so thank you. We really do appreciate it, and it just looks great. Now, I do want to put an amendment in. So do I need to go to the amendment queue?
Yes, let me move you to the... Oh, okay. I see. Okay, so we can put the whole thing on the floor because there's no amendment yet. No more yet, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I'll move the motion to put it on the floor. Yeah.
And we need a seconder second by Councillor Bligh. And so we are in queue, right? So please add yourself there, Mayor Sim, on the floor, main queue. Perfect. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so there is an amendment that has been circulated. It should be up there. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. That we basically direct our team members to develop a draft 2025 operating budget targeting a property increase tax increase of no higher than 5.5%.
Thank you. It's already seconded, I think. Councillor Bligh. Okay, Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. I circulated an amendment to this.
Okay, let me move you to the amendment Q1. Please add yourself there. Seconded by Councillor Carr. And can you add yourself to the okay, there we go. Please go ahead.
Thanks. So I think it'll come up on the screen. But the amendment is a further addition directing staff to bring back scenarios for what reducing the tax increase could look like. I know that has been the practice in past years, has certainly been helpful, I think, both for council and the public to understand budgets are about choices, and there are a variety of choices that we can make in getting there, and to have that on the table and be able to weigh out and piece together what that looks like is important. I certainly, at this stage, not knowing what would be reduced to get down to 5.5 or lower, want to make sure that we're making those choices based on the best information that we can, and that there's transparency and accountability to the public and how we're getting there. Also, again, I think this is in line with the conversation and questions we're hearing from all of council, but to have staff bring back a few different scenarios that get the text right down and let us make those decisions in the public realm. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks. Chair, I wonder if I could ask a point of information through you to staff?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Great, thank you, staff. In Councillor Boyle's amendment, she talks about bringing back scenarios of how the property tax increase could be reduced. I'm assuming by that the property tax increase in that case refers to the recommended one you are suggesting in this report, which is 7%. And I just need to have that clarification.
Yeah, so I think that, again, as part of the process, when we do build the budget, we would be providing information to council around scenarios related to any direction that council has given us. So I think that in this case, yeah, as part of the normal process, we would provide information around the 7%. And then what this motion I believe adds is that we would be looking specifically around a target of 5% and develop a scenario specific to that in addition to bring forward to council as part of the budget deliberations.
Okay, so you're still going to give us some options, some information that provides options and the increases the understanding of council of the impact of choosing particular option. That's the intent?
Yes, I think we would, for anything where there's service impacts, we'd want to make sure that the service impacts are highlighted so that council can make decisions on that. But as I said, there's, we'll be looking at options such as revenues and efficiencies that don't have service impacts, but where there are service impacts, then we would provide that information to council for making that decision.
Great. Okay, I do want to support the amendment by Councillor Boyle, specifically because I think it's really important to have a public record that this council is interested in the analysis that staff would provide around different scenarios. That gives us the ability to make an informed decision, which I think is good governance.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much. I also have a point of information through you, Chair, and it can be to the City Manager, Colin. I just wondered if last year, Colin, maybe you just said this, but could you just clarify if you did, that last year as part of the budget process, scenarios were brought forward to this council? I just can't remember. It's happened in the past. I just was wondering.
Yeah, I think through the budget, we do provide through a variety of means, including information that's shared publicly. Last year we did provide information around the service levels and options. So I think that's something that we do as part of our process and would want to continue doing.
So this direction is not changing anything staff are going to be doing. They'd be doing this anyways, and we would encourage that scenario planning back to council.
So yes, like that would be, we would go about in building scenarios. I think what is helpful is understanding the numbers at which to build the scenarios around. It's helpful to have that information so that, because there's many different scenarios that we could develop, it's helpful to know what we should be targeting so that we can focus efforts on that.
Thanks. So, you know, there's 6 budgets, I think, since 2018 that we've been through, many of us in this room, and this has happened every single time, just confirmed. So I'm happy to support it because that's exactly what would be happening anyway. So if it makes it more comfortable for members around this council chambers to have amended language that is redundant in nature in the sense that staff do as a regular practice and a best practice, for whatever reason, that language needs to be added to satisfy the members of this council chambers, then I think there's no harm in supporting it. But as we've heard, to imply that this wouldn't have happened otherwise is just factually incorrect. So happy to support the amendment because this is what staff have done as regular practice ongoing and will continue to do into the future.
Thanks, Councillor. Mayor Sim, please go ahead.
Yeah, so happy to support this as well. Based on Councillor Bligh's observations, but also just want to highlight this is we put our team in. They're going to do it anyways, but we put them in kind of a circular reference situation because we're talking about if you're targeting the 5.5%, that's one thing. But what we're ignoring here is if there's a substantial revenue opportunity, it makes the 5.5 irrelevant because what may look like a cut could be a $200 million increase in the budget to get to 5.5 as an example. So like I said, completely redundant, and I have total confidence in our team members to do the right thing and present us with the right options anyways. But if council members here need that additional language, so be it. I'm more than happy to be a team player and support them in what they need.
All right, thanks, Mayor. Seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to a vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting panel, and the council, please register your vote. All right. Okay, this amendment to amendment passed unanimously. Okay, let's go back to the main queue. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I appreciate that support from council on that amendment. I know these budget conversations happen in many different rooms, and I appreciate having those scenarios come to us publicly. I'm also just going to ask that we sever and vote separately on the middle line of the recommendations. So
on the screen,
the 5.5. Happy to vote on the first and third part together, but I will just say that we'll be abstaining on the 5.5% simply because I certainly don't feel like I have the information. Supporting getting down to 5.5% where we're doing so through sponsorship revenue is a very different situation to me, but also to our residents from moving down to 5.5 through cuts to grants or reductions in library hours or the closing of a fire hall or something else. So I don't feel comfortable voting on that number without knowing how we get there, and we'll just abstain from that part. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Clausen, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, and thank the mayor for bringing forward this. I did mention in my previous remarks that we had met with the BIA partnership and the Economic Summit and the message there. And I realized that there are a lot of people, residents and small businesses in the city that are feeling the pressure of affordability. I want to just first of all thank our entire team for bringing this forward, and of course our finance team for doing this report, giving us a bit of a lens on the things that are going on currently. I know that getting to the final budgeting process later in this year is going to require an enormous amount of work on their part, but I do think that we have to set a goal and send a message as well, especially to the people who are trying to afford to live in our city right now, that we are on a trajectory to try and work with them to try and bring down the costs that they face with their property tax bills. So with that, I'm looking forward to seeing the work that comes back later this year in our budget. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Carr.
I also have some discomfort with the highlighted middle statement there. The reason is we live in changing times, especially around climate change. Councillor Fry pointed out, like the recent calving off of an ice sheet in Antarctica, with the idea of over 3-meter raise in sea level. Like, this is scary news, and I don't know if maximizing at 5.5% might not be the right answer when we come time to, a number of months later, vote on a budget. It's clear, too, to me that the staff suggestion in this report is 7%. So I don't want to have a maximized 5% when staff have already recommended to us with good substantiated evidence that 7% is a more likely necessary number. And that's not even taking into consideration the potential for changing circumstances that may require that we put more in under emergency kinds of situations. So I'll abstain on that. I'm looking forward to getting staff's detailed budget scenarios for us. They always do a great job on that, and it's really helpful to have explanations of what that implications are of choosing a different tax rate. Like that to me is the that information and the different scenarios provide for a much more thoughtful decision-making process.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Vice Chair. I want to thank Mayor Sim for his leadership on this and for your willingness to find creative solutions to limit property tax increases. I think the severing is actually very illuminating for Vancouverites because they can see which party on this council is committed to driving down property tax increases, and that's ABC Caucus. So as a member of the Mayor's Budget Task Force Committee, I'm really looking forward to working closely with staff to ensure that we don't go above that 5.5% target put forward by Mayor Sim and work to find efficiencies in the way we deliver services while protecting the important services that Vancouverites rely on. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Sim, please go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. I want to make this real because we talk in terms of percentages. In my role, I get to meet a lot of people. I'm going to tell you the story about Susan. Susan actually is a single mom. She works 2 jobs. She has 3 kids. She can't afford to feed her kids. They have to skip meals. And when we virtue signal around these numbers, the reality is there are small businesses that are struggling, and there are people that are struggling to pay their rent. And it doesn't even matter if you're a homeowner or you're a renter. Property taxes affect all of us, and we have to make a stand. We have to get the rate of property tax increases to a sustainable level, or you know what? Those small businesses won't be around. Susan loses her job, and she can't afford to live in the place that she's living or feed her kids. And so, we're not about playing games here. We're about solving really challenging issues. And I do want to highlight as well is we're coming to the table with solutions and to help our team members. You know, and so when we look at other ways of generating revenue, I would hope that everyone on council would have an open mind where, you know, we're trying to solve things versus getting very positional. And the last comment I'll make, and this council, look, we love our first responders. And there was a comment about, you know, well, is this going to come at the expense of shutting down a fire hall? I think we've shown that that concern is completely ridiculous when we are literally the council that went out of our way to highlight that we want to be the first, before the technology even existed, we want to be the first city on the planet that will have, you know, the protective gear that our members can wear that do not cause cancer. And we did that. And we will continue to do that. We will take care of all of our teamers, and we will take care of the safety and support safety of all the residents and visitors to the city of Vancouver. And so, you know, to Councillor Meisner's point, it's very clear by severing this where people stand on this issue. So thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Mayor for bringing forward this motion. I think it's timely. I agree with my colleagues who have spoken before me around the importance of setting a target, particularly around our property tax rate. I think we need to recognize that right now, for British Columbians, for Canadians, the top three issues they're concerned about right now is affordability, cost of living, housing, and healthcare. And all of those have associated costs as well that impact people's bottom line and ability to thrive in their communities. I think that it is progressive to be looking at savings, at efficiencies, and new revenue sources that support the city. And in fact, while I can't talk about it right now, I am aware of a project and proposal right now that's coming to Park Board, and that will help support and innovate and provide more opportunities for young people to thrive and to do sports in our city that will come at no cost to the city, because somebody's philanthropic and wants to support the city and is going to provide the funds to do that. But I also want to identify, yes, there are unforeseen circumstances. Those of us who were on council last term, we dealt with COVID, a year and a bit into our term, and there were many unforeseen circumstances that we rose to and we addressed. It may have required tapping into our reserves. And just to the point that was made around, because I don't want there to be fear-mongering around things like climate. We are dealing with unforeseen circumstances right now. Look at the looper moth in Stanley Park. That is climate-related. The fact that the looper moth cycle is longer, and this council is responding to that and is supporting and ensuring that there are funds to deal with that. And so I think the bigger conversation outside beyond this is, I think we're being responsive to what the public wants to see, is the finance reform conversations, municipal finance reform conversations that are happening at UBCM, that are happening at FCM, and I know Councillor Bligh can speak to that in more detail, because we can't support all the infrastructure needs that are coming to our city, not on a property tax-based system that we have. And so that's another part of the conversation, and we need to continue to advocate. But this is the right step today, so thank you to the Mayor for bringing it forward, and I'm happy to support the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much. No, I'll be brief. I think that, you know, there have been very good comments from my colleagues in support of this direction set by the Mayor. I was very happy to second this amendment to cap the property tax at 5.5%. You know, we inherited in our first budget cycle, we inherited a budget that was incredibly challenging, that resulted in a significantly high property tax increase because it was sort of well baked long before this particular council was elected, and again sort of adjusted and worked with ways that we can maintain all services, critical services, but also find those efficiencies without compromising what the city is set to deliver to the residents of Vancouver. And so we did that again, and we're continuing to work on that. So I think that there is fear-mongering. I think there is inference to sort of different rooms where things happen and all those comments, as well as sort of putting the fear in the public that it may compromise the services that they depend on every single day. None of that is evident in the practice of how we've governed in the last 18 months. And so I reject any notion that that is the way that we operate as a council in a majority-led council by ABC. So we are fiscally responsible to the residents and small businesses, as well as maintaining services and supporting critical life safety response services, as the mayor has already identified. And I think that we are working in the right direction here to really tidy up our fiscal situation from the previous term, of which I was here, but I was in the minority when it came to those decisions. Some people here were in the majority that came to those decisions, and it became completely unaffordable for small businesses and residents in our city who are struggling to make ends meet. So proud that this has come forward today. I think the guidance to our team is the correct guidance and the correct timing of that, so that we can come back, they can come back with scenarios to our council and start to have a very transparent process around what some of those trade-offs are. And this is an opportunity for us to really take some leadership on this particular file and continue to do the really tough work that we do every single day to make sure that we can run this city without making it completely unaffordable for people who live here. So happy to support.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. And first off, before I forget, I just want to thank Colin for all the work that's gone into this, and recognizing that Colin has inherited big responsibility in the job world, and he's doing a fantastic job. So kudos to you. Thank you, Colin, for preparing this. Now, moving on, I was initially prepared to abstain on the blue piece, and just to clarify that an abstention, according to Robert's Rules of Order, an abstention can be justified by a lack of sufficient information. So now I'm not going to say I'm not a numbers crunching guy or anything like that, but I will say that this is just an arbitrary number where there's no substantive evidence to suggest why 5.5, why not 5.6, why not 5.4, why not what Colin had recommended at 7%. So I mean, I think it is an arbitrary number. We've heard lots of arbitrary numbers that have been thrown out. Clearly the idea of like how much money we could revenue through private naming of parks and community centers versus what's actually articulated in the report. So lots of numbers being thrown out there, none of which are actually validated with that sufficient information that would justify me being in an affirmative or negative, and hence why I would vote for an abstention. But obviously, Councillor Meisner has suggested sort of a political element to this and how the caucuses vote and stuff like that. So I don't really want to feed into that narrative necessarily. I do recognize that Councillor Boyle's amendment has really kind of created enough variability in this idea of 5.5%, because we're not necessarily dismissing Colin's work and his estimate at 7%, but rather we're saying, give us some scenarios, and it can include the mayor's sort of rather arbitrary 0.5% number, which again, there's no rationale behind why 5.5%. But I'm comfortable with the additional amendment that allows us to analyze scenarios and the expert advice from the people who actually do crunch numbers around here, which is Colin and his team. So I'm fine with voting the entire thing on the whole. I don't need to sever, but if it's severed, that's fine too.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kirby, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And I also appreciate the work and the outlook in terms of what's coming down the pike from staff. So thanks to Colin and the team for the work on that. I'm also appreciating the fact I think there's a lot of level setting this morning, and I think it is important to have some honest communication in this chamber. A couple of points. I'll just address some of the points around the room. Robert's rules are nice, but Vancouver City Council has its own procedure bylaw, and that is the piece that we are governed by. And in our procedure bylaw, it states that an abstention counts as a vote in favor, which is why personally that's something I've not like to use unless it's in exceptional circumstances, because I think you're either voting for or against. And my personal feeling, speak for myself, is that it's incumbent on councillors when you're sitting in this chamber, the public expects you to take a position. That's just what I believe. They want to know what you stand for. They don't always necessarily have to agree with you, but they want to know what you stand for. The other thing that I will say too is that having sat on both councils, and when we actually had then prior mayor bring forward an amendment to cap a budget increase at about 5% at the time, after punitive, really high levels of increases. And again, we're dealing with extraordinary times, as Councillor Dominata pointed out, during COVID. And I think that there's a number of us trying to get to some more reasonable impacts, recognizing the impact and, the extreme impact of a pandemic and now affordability on people. And I'm happy if councillors don't feel they can support and vote for this, because that wasn't the case last term. And when there was a cap put on, councillors committed to it, some, and then came forward and added to it. And so they didn't end up at the cap. We ended up with an additional 1% for a climate levy. We had some other things come forward that were multi-million-dollar pieces, like Sue Big Oil. They originally were going to be millions of dollars. So yeah, again, I think transparency and clarity is good around what people stand for, because I think councillors should vote with their buttons and their panels, and they should show clearly what they're standing for. So I have no problem with that. So I am happy to do that and support this from the mayor. I do think affordability is a very real issue. If things that we cannot control, like utilities that are going up 9%, are hitting people, everything is more expensive. And there's a lot of conversation around, well, property taxes are lower in Vancouver relative to other cities, but you know what? Property is way more expensive. And so just the ability to live here, whether you rent, whether you live in social housing, whether you are fortunate enough to own or you're just trying to hang on, it's very difficult in the city for people just to put a roof over their head. And that is a challenge when we're trying to recruit and retain talent. We want people to live in the city, and we want them to have quality amenities. So I'm proud of the fact that we've been able, for the first time in a decade, to fully fund both of our public services, fire and police, and to have brought those amendments forward. The mayor mentioned not just funding, but taking care of people. And I think that's really important. And the last thing that I'll say too is that I think it's also important for us to continue to track and evaluate our property tax allocation. And we did make a 2% adjustment last term to support the 98% of folks that are small business in the city of Vancouver. And we'll continue to monitor that to ensure that Vancouver remains competitive and we strike the right balance between supporting small business and between impact on residents. And so I think that's incumbent on us to continue to look at and to evaluate that. But yeah, I'm really appreciating, I think, the realness of the conversation here. And I would probably suggest we're better to focus on people rationalizing their particular vote, why they want to vote that way, as opposed to throwing innuendo. So it's really great that this conversation is happening out in the open in the public, because the public deserves that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Carr?
Yes, let me tell you, councillors, why I intend to not vote in support of yet a 5.5% increase. And what I do believe in it, I believe in evidence-based decision-making. I believe in making solid decisions in my role as a political decision maker, not based on what I think is necessarily going to be popular, but what I think is absolutely necessary to create a safe and healthy city that has a secure future for our children. And I need the evidence to come from the professionals, which in this case are our finance team, to tell me what might be the problems we face if we don't sufficiently fund something. And if you really want to know how bad it can get, there was just a news article this morning that came out about the fact that Canada has announced that on the global scale, the wealthier countries have just met a commitment under international agreements to fund the actual people, in the South, in the countries that are less advantaged by their economies, $100 billion US a year to combat and cope with climate change. $100 billion US a year. So we play a part of that, but all the wealthier countries do. And then I read that the OECD says the estimate is going to be a need for $1 trillion a year needed for the rich countries to send to the poorer countries 2025 and $2.4 trillion needed by 2026. That's because we are not investing enough to make sure that the pace of climate change is slowed. So climate has to be a passion of mine and the need to do that, but that's just one tiny piece of our budgets. I want to feel fully informed to make good decisions as to know where to land on a tax increase. And yes, I understand people are hurting, and people are going to hurt more if we don't invest in mitigative measures now. So give me the information. Give me the different scenarios, but I can't tell you right now, 5.5%, what that means, what the impact might be of going to 5.5% when our staff have said they want to see 7%. So that's, it's all about, I think, being prudent and smart in getting the information you need to make an informed decision on behalf of the public welfare.
Thanks. Mayor Sim?
Yeah, I just want to add one final comment here. I think, the role of mayor and council is to provide a vision. And it's important first, to give our team clarity as to the direction as to where we want to go, but it also sends a signal to all the current and future residents and businesses and people that are thinking of setting up businesses in the city of Vancouver. And without that clarity, I think we just get lost in the wilderness. So let's be very clear. We need a city that's affordable. We need a city that's vibrant. We need a city where people can afford to live here and, afford to get their businesses started up here. And unfortunately, there are only select few people that, are able to live in take a fossil fueled ferry to a second place up the coast or, go other places. For the rest of us, we deal with real challenges of affordability. There are people that are struggling here. They really are. And that shouldn't be lost on anyone here. We are making a choice. And personally, I'll just speak for myself, but I think I speak for a lot of people in this chamber. We want people to be able to live here and to succeed here. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Seeing no one else in the queue, so let's go to the voting now. So we're gonna sever 1 and 3, voting 1 and 3 together, and then voting the second paragraph separately. So let's go to, please highlight 1 and 3 first. Perfect, thanks, clerk. So we're gonna vote the highlighted resolution first. Okay, so council, please go to your, I saw there. Yeah, the yellow one, the first and third paragraph. Please register your vote on the voting panel, council. Okay, so that passed unanimously. Okay, now let's to the second paragraph. Clerk, can you please highlight that? And council, please register your vote for the second paragraph. Councillor Carr, Councillor Dominado. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do that for you. Thanks, Councillor Carr. All right, so this second one also passed with Councillor Carr and Councillor Boyle abstain. Thank you, everyone. So that completes the first item on the agenda. So let's do a very quick 3 minutes recess so we get our lovely chair back to the table. Thanks. Okay, so we're here. Second and the fourth one will consent. So the next one will be the third one over there. Okay, perfect.
That's where we're starting?
Yeah, third one.
Oh, Sarah told me that
Yeah,
got.
three.
Okay, so that's not been adopted.
No, it's not. Yeah, the second and the fourth one.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Perfect,
Okay,
thanks.
great, thank you,
All
Lenny.
good?
Yeah, good.
Okay, perfect.
Is there any LOAs today?
We did have a few.
I think we'll be done by then. Okay, so we're going to reconvene this meeting. So I ask staff and members of council to take their seats, and we'll continue on with item 3. No, yes, item 3, I believe, of the agenda. Thank you to Vice Chair Zhou for getting us started this morning while I was attending another meeting. So Okay, great. So our next item is enabling third-party investment in EV charging infrastructure on city streets. And before we get started, I'd just like to ask, does any member have, I just wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? And seeing none, we can proceed. So this item does have a staff presentation, and we do have team members here to present this item. So welcome.
We have an optional presentation if council wants it. If you want to proceed to questions, that's fine as well. So,
Looking for some indication? Okay, I'm not seeing any objection to that. Oh, you held it. Okay, great. And okay, great. So we won't go with the presentation, but we'll go with questions.
Okay.
So Councillor Meisner, you are first on the list. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, staff, for being here today to answer questions. Very excited to huge shortage of EV charging infrastructure in Vancouver, and I think that the private sector can help us get more charging. But question for you around some of the aspects, what these chargers will look like, how they will be integrated into our urban environment. So I'm just wondering if there will be a standardized design for these chargers, because I understand they might be coming from different companies, or if there will be any design guidelines that will be put in place. First question.
so the chargers are moving more and more to a standardized size and a closer and closer look. We, at this point, don't have any plans to prescribe an exact look other than the requirements that there wouldn't be advertising associated with it.
So just to confirm, no advertising associated with the chargers?
That's correct. That's covered by our street use furniture contract.
Okay. How about the rates that they'll be charging? I understand that obviously there may be some difference between different providers. Are we looking at having a baseline or a maximum rate?
No, the BC Utilities Commission held a hearing on sort of EV charging rates a few years ago and decided it was a space they didn't need to regulate, and they will have an interest in providing rates that are attractive to customers, so we'll leave it at that.
Okay, that's good to hear that there'll be some competition. Will there be a limit on how long someone can park at the charger?
There could be parking restrictions, which would continue to be enforced. Whether there's a limit to how long someone charges would be up to the operator. A number of operators do use that sort of model where you can charge for, say, an hour, and then the rate increases to encourage someone to move along.
Okay. And just so I understand the concept clearly, these will be on the curbside, essentially, correct?
That's correct. That's sort of city locations that the city decides are appropriate.
Okay. And will they be getting charged by the city for the parking time, and then in addition they'll be charged for the charging time separately with the provider of the charger? Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. How, I'm just wondering, with chargers at gas stations, we have a bylaw, a regulation for gas stations to add electric charging infrastructure. And I would assume, I mean, I don't have an EV yet, but they would be able to go there and park for free in front of the charger at the gas station and then charge their vehicle. I'm just wondering how we're going to compete with that when these chargers will also have that extra additional cost of the parking fee on top of the charging fee.
Yeah, it's a good question. So we're doing more work on sort of utilization of the city's current public charging network, and we do have chargers that also have pay parking. Those are being used at the moment. They don't sit there empty. I think there's sort of further work we can do to better understand the exact utilization and if we're losing out on sort of market opportunities because of the parking fee.
Okay. So would we anticipate some of these chargers in this plan to be in areas where there isn't pay parking?
Where there is not paid parking? Yeah, we'd expect a mix.
Okay. And would we have any plans to add pay parking in those areas where there isn't currently pay parking if we were to add chargers?
The way the license agreement is structured in the report is we would continue to have the right to change those parking rules, parking rates, but whether we had specific plans or not would depend on the individual location.
Okay. And then my other last question was around the recommendation C, that staff update council on progress in 2 years' time. Just wondering why 2 years as opposed to, say, 1 year?
We can certainly provide an update sooner if there's interest. The main reason is it does take time, well, one, to sort of identify the locations, secure interest, and then for them to move through their design. So even in 2 years' time, we're probably still in the construction phase for projects that proceed under this program.
Okay. Okay, great. Thanks for answering all those questions. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks for the report. I have to say the most exciting part of this was when I read the paragraph that had BC Hydro and Shell in the same paragraph, because Councillor Carr and I had met with Ian Neville and a group called Ubitricity last term, who have since been bought by Royal Dutch Shell, and they have technology that equips street lampposts and takes the excess power when they convert from high pressure sodium to LED, and takes the excess power and creates a charging infrastructure right out of our ubiquitous street lamps. Is that what Hydro's looking at that's sort of alluded to in this report?
Leslie, do you want to give an update on that? I would say the short answer is no. We can give a quick update on this sort of the lamppost charging and those possibilities, but we would expect these sort of projects to have an underground service from BC Hydro's distribution service.
So lamppost charging infrastructure potential that we see in Europe.
Lamppost and power poles are some work we are doing with Hydro, would be in addition to this.
Okay, okay. All right, well, I look forward to that because I think that's exciting technology and has a lot of opportunity for scaling and obviously the ubiquity of lampposts on curbside. Okay, well, great, thank you.
Great. So that's the end of the question queue. You're looking for a mover? Okay, I got Councillor Meisner moving and then Councillor Dominato second. Any discussion? Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just wanted to reiterate how exciting and important I think this is. With increased EV adoption, there's still many people that don't have the opportunity to buy an EV because they don't have access to charging infrastructure. They live in a strata, for example. It's very expensive. Many stratas are still not able to allow people to install their own chargers in their underground parking due to different electrical capacity concerns, et cetera. So I think expanding our charging network in this way, working with industry, is going to accelerate EV adoption in Vancouver, and that is really going to help us move towards more green, sustainable transportation and reducing our emissions. So I'm really pleased to see us taking an approach working with experts in industry in order to increase the availability of EV charging. So very happy to support this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And like Councillor Meisner, really pleased to see this report come forward and these actions. Thanks to our staff for the innovation and work with industry. I think it's really compelling because we've heard that BC has been leading in terms of the uptick around EV vehicles. The adoption here has been phenomenal. But as Councillor Meisner was noting, there are some barriers, and this will help address some of those. And I just thought, I think it's worth noting because there was a report that came in the fall to the Climate Action Committee at Metro Vancouver around an analysis of vehicle charging, and it notes that there's a need for EV charging infrastructure across the region over the next 3 years, and the projections are between 4,600 and 77,000 public direct current fast charging ports and 54,700 to 97,600 public level 2 ports will be needed to meet demand. So that's really significant, those numbers. And so just, I think we can play our role here at the civic level, the city level, but we also need to be thinking about this regionally as well. And that was the conversation that's taking place at Metro Vancouver as well. So thank you for the work on this and look forward to that deployment. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. And I'll just briefly make comments. Vice Chair Joe, if I could just hand the chair to you. And just would like to reiterate the thanks to staff for the work on this report. And I imagine there'll be more coming. We hear quite often around opportunities for vehicle to grid type infrastructure. So I see an opportunity here for something like that. To start to evolve how we're thinking about not only individual vehicles that require charging, but also sectors. So whether it's tourism, whether it's other transportation, school buses, what have you, the infrastructure is building and the technology is advancing. So with every report that we see here, we see an opportunity to sort of think big, but also to recognize that at the end of the day, we're not going to be able to do this on our own. We need partnerships. They're critically important. And as I think maybe the only person on council that drives a full EV and lives in a strata, Councillor Meisner is absolutely correct. It is a huge challenge. I'll tell you where I charge. Well, I'm not going to tell you where I charge because I like to go there at a particular time because I know it's available. But that's what it's come down to. And it's still worthwhile having an electric vehicle to be able to make that difference. And also to recognize that these small changes collectively are what's going to change sort of the future of how we address climate change and the impacts. So all that to say, partnerships are critically important. This work is important. I look forward to future reports coming forward that help us continue to build out this infrastructure in a really intentional and impactful way. So with that, I'll take back the chair and take us to a vote. Thanks, clerks. And that recommendations in this report passed with unanimous support. So thank you very much to the staff team for all your work. And thank you, council. So we will move, I'm just checking the time. Yep. So we are going to continue on with our next item on the agenda, which is item 5, 2024 cultural grants. And before we get started, I see staff are coming in, so we'll welcome them into the chamber, and also just would like to ask if any member wishes to declare a conflict of interest on this item. And seeing none, we can continue. This item does not have a staff presentation. Committee members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Now, I am just going to check with the clerks. We do have speakers, yes. Yes, so we have registered speakers for this item. So not seeing anybody jumping onto the queue here, I think we can move right to our speakers list. And our first registered speaker is Maria Romo, who has called in.
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll move to speaker 2, Anna Levy. I'm not seeing anybody. This is a registered in-person speaker, so.
And she's not on the line either.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next registered speaker is Paul. No last name listed. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone come to the mic, so I'm going to continue on. Next speaker is Linda Blankstein. You sure do. No, I wish I could. Thank you so much for being here and in person, chair of the board, the Dance Foundation. Great to see you.
I think, yes, we have a video coming, I think, that will loop on your screens. So thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm Linda Blankstein, and I'm the chair of the Dance Foundation, a not-for-profit charitable organization and the owner of the Scotiabank Dance Centre in Vancouver. First, I would like to respectfully acknowledge the land our building is situated on is the ancestral and unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I am here in support of Recommendation E. I urge Council to approve a priority grant of $1.5 million to the Dance Foundation to procure the Dance Centre site. Currently, we lease the land from Scotiabank. By procuring the land the facility sits on, we would be safeguarding vital cultural space in Vancouver for generations to come. We raised over $11 million to build the centre and opened our doors in 2001, providing a purpose-built space for professional and emerging artists as well as the wider community. We are debt-free and operationally sustainable. The building receives no operational funding from any level of government. We have a growing endowment fund of $1.15 million and a capital maintenance fund. In the last 5 years alone, we have invested more than $2 million in professional programs, residencies, and community outreach by providing free space to dance artists. Some 87,000 people walk through our doors every year. The center is internationally renowned, connecting Vancouver dance to the world stage. Our facility is a critical community asset. Our tenants include 12 arts organizations using it as their base. Our affordable and high-quality rental space is heavily used by professional arts, including dance, music, theater, and digital arts, as well as recreational dancers and fitness groups. The center has 6 dance studios, a versatile studio theater, office space for cultural workers, and meeting spaces for community. Programming inside the building focuses on youth, seniors, dance presentations and events, and professional development for dance artists. According to the Vancouver Culture Plan, decreasing affordability and accelerated displacement of community-led and privately owned spaces presents an acute challenge to the arts and culture sector. This precarity creates an environment where Vancouver stands to lose the very creators who make it a remarkable city to live and work in. Help us secure Vancouver's arts and culture scene by voting in favor of Recommendation E and assisting in the land procurement of this unique, high-quality, and affordable space for generations to come. Thank you.
Wow, perfectly timed.
Yes.
Perfectly timed. Thank you. Thank you so much, Linda, for coming in to speak. Yes. Next, we have our 2 speakers. Final speakers are on the line. So we'll go to speaker number 5, Suzanne Anton.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I'm here as a board member of the Vancouver Symphony and also a leader of the coalition to get some new arts facilities, some cultural facilities here in the city of Vancouver. And we are thrilled with the staff recommendation that we be given $100,000. This will kickstart our consultation. We propose to do a robust community consultation, business case development, and also some possible sites where we might put the new facilities. We've got a fabulous coalition really working together. Really, everyone is keen of the symphony, the opera, ballet, BC, the recital society, dance house, choral groups, and a list of other people who wish to join us. So we really all have our shoulder to the wheel to make this happen. We'll be working closely with your staff and with yourselves. And this grant today, this is our first money. This is our first start of the process. So although we've been working at it for a little while, this is really what will get our consultation underway. We'll be seeking matching funding, and you will be kept well informed of what we're up to. And just to reiterate, we are thrilled that this recommendation is coming forward. Hope you will support it and look forward to working with you on this extraordinarily exciting project, which will really make Vancouver sing and dance, and the music from the rafters will be heard around the world. So we're so pleased. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Suzanne, for calling in and lending your voice to this in support of this item. So next, we're going to go to speaker 6, Sarah Getz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Oh, great. So my name is Sarah Getz, and I'm the General Manager of the Vancouver Recital Society. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I have been all my life, and I'm speaking in support of the report's recommendation, working alongside Suzanne Anton. September will mark the beginning of the VRS's 45th season of presenting classical recitals and chamber music to audiences from Vancouver and beyond. In our 45 years, we've presented the Vancouver and or Canadian debuts of some of the most exciting classical artists of our time: Evgeny Kissin, Cecilia Bartoli, Sir Andras Schiff, Lang Lang, Yuja Wang, and Sheku Kanamason, to name just a few. But beyond the luminaries of the classical music world, we invest a tremendous amount of time and energy into nurturing the next generation of artists and audiences. Many of the artists we present each season are young up-and-comers, and they're at the earliest stages of their careers. The The VRS has established a worldwide reputation as a landmark engagement for young artists, and we're known for the ways in which we establish deeply personal connections, both to the artists we present and the audiences we hold dear. When we started presenting recitals in 1980, we were at the Arts Club Theatre on Granville Island. And in 1984, as we began to establish a reputation and gain momentum, we moved performances to the Vancouver Playhouse. In 97, when the Chan Centre for the Performing Arts opened at the University of British Columbia, we were one of their very first community presenting partners. In each season since, we've presented performances at the Chan. In addition, when it makes sense, we present at the Orpheum Theatre, and last season, for the first time, we were in the Big House, the Queen Elizabeth. Other than the Chan Centre, which is a wonderfully designed space for recital and chamber performances, there are no other purpose-built spaces for music in the city of Vancouver. And technically, because it's on the campus of the university, which isn't officially part of the city, there's an argument that could be made that there actually are no recital spaces designed for non-amplified music within the city limits. For many years, we at the VRS have been advocating and agitating for better designed, purpose-built space. So too have our colleagues like Suzanne at the Vancouver Symphony, the Vancouver Opera, Dance House, Ballet BC, Early Music Vancouver. The list goes on. But I think that this is the first time our organizations have joined together to try to move the needle in terms of creating new spaces for Vancouver. We need better and we need more. The city is teeming with creativity and with visionary presenters, and it's high time the spaces in which we present reflect the same vision. In 2021, the VRS was awarded a Cultural Spaces grant from the City of Vancouver in the amount of $25,000, and shortly after, Dance House lobbied the province and received the same amount. So we're really excited to combine those funds with the $100,000 that we've requested through the VSO.
Okay, sorry.
Further develop.
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt, that you are over time, so we just need you to wrap up there. Great. Thank you so much for calling. Thank you very much for calling in and lending your voice to this item. So that does bring us to the speakers list, but I do want to check. It's okay. So I'm actually just looking for, we are at 5 minutes to noon, and we have an opportunity to complete this item okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Fry. Seconded by Councillor Zhou. All those in favor? Any opposed? Great. So I will go back through the list. So first speaker, Maria Romo.
Not on the line.
Second speaker, Anna Levy.
No, not on the line.
Great. And then the third speaker is Paul.
No.
Okay, great. So that does bring us to the end of the registered speakers list. And I would like to just, yes, thank you very much. So moved by Councillor Kirby Young, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Any discussion? Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Just really happy to see this this grant report. There's so many worthy organizations here in our city that will be receiving city funding to support our arts and culture sector here in Vancouver. We heard from a few of the speakers this morning about some of the key ones. I just wanted to highlight again, the Dance Center. This is a major community asset for dance, music, and theater groups in downtown Vancouver. It's internationally renowned, amazing space that is constantly alive with activity, everything from dance classes to theater groups to fitness classes. And it also doesn't rely on any ongoing government support for its operations. So I think the fact that we're making this contribution to help them purchase the site is exactly the type of support the city should be providing, and it will ensure that they can operate for generations to come. And I just want to touch on the feasibility study funding for a new recital hall. I've been working closely with VSO and the groups interested in this new ballet or recital hall to be built in Vancouver in the future. They include a Symphony Society, Vancouver Opera, Recital Society, Dance House, Ballet BC, Corleone, Early Music Vancouver. The list goes on, but there's a huge need for a recital space like this in the city, and it's really going to help us build our cultural precinct in the city and bring all our arts and culture groups together under one roof. There's also many other great things in this grant report, including lease extensions for Vancouver's Artist Studio Award program, and that's extending the leases for below market spaces for artists. Yeah, there's just a lot to love about these arts and culture grants. So really happy to support this today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And I'm just going to move us to the main queue and then ask Councillor Klassen if you can please add yourself. And you are next. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair, and I'll be very brief, echoing the comments and the observations from Councillor Meisner. We do our small part here in terms of the funding for so many groups. I want to just recognize the work of our city staff in terms of actually going through and vetting all of those candidates, and I realize there are, in many cases, very deserving applicants who do not get quite the funding that they would like, but it's still, I think, the millions that we invest in here do go a long way. And I also just want to say how great it was to hear from the speakers today about the various projects, but to see also Linda Blankstein from the Dance Center to come in here and really kind of reaffirm how incredibly important that that studio is and that building is to our dance culture in our city, and very pleased that that they are getting this this important funding to be able to move forward, so we can have that as a long-standing and permanent facility for our dancers and the people who work in the performing arts in our city. So thanks very much, and look forward to supporting this.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks. I'll also be brief. I just want to thank a lot of the arts organizations for the opportunity for council to come and visit many of the venues. And it really is great to get out of council chambers and go and see the impact that it has. A number of us had the opportunity to tour Ballet BC and to hear kind of the impact from the staff, from both the dancers and the administrative team, to be able to be together under one venue and one roof is quite significant in terms of the interaction engagement that can happen. And it fosters, I think, a lot of creativity and a lot of support. And the ability to have permanent homes is also very significant. So I really do appreciate sort of the Dance Center's vision towards that. And anytime there is an opportunity to support acquiring a permanent home, it can alleviate a lot of pressure so that the focus can really be on delivering and supporting the arts. And the Dance Center is a really, as was mentioned, a really diverse venue. So you can have some real experts in there enjoying it, or you can have me doing Pop Queen cardio on a Saturday morning, which is great, by the way. If anybody hasn't tried it, it happens twice a week at the Dance Center. It's a good stress buster. But I think the ability to shore up some of these venues is a huge opportunity to do that. So I'm very happy to support. And if we haven't come and toured your venue facility yet, then invite us and we will be happy to come. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. So I'd just like to note that as per Section 206, subsection 1 of the Vancouver Charter, recommendations A to E and G require 8 affirmative votes of all council members. And we have a minimum of that many members here today. So we are going to go ahead and call the vote. Clerk, can you please take us to a voting screen? Councillor Meisner. Yeah, okay, great. Thank you very much. So that motion passes with unanimous support. So thanks very much to all of the work from our staff team and those who came to speak. Thank you. We are going to adjourn for lunch and we'll be back at 1 p.m.
Welcome.
Hi, Elise. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Okay, good luck.
Welcome back. I think we have quorum just at the moment, so we will get started. So we are now moving to item 6 on the agenda, the Cultural Tourism Events Fund. And before we start, I'd just like to ask if there is, if any member wishes to declare a conflict of interest on this item. Seeing none, we can continue. This item does have a staff presentation, and we do have team members here and external partners to present this item. So welcome everyone who's joining us, and please feel free to step up to the podium there, and we'd love to hear from you.
Deck, how do I advance?
Will you be putting up the slide deck?
Yes, we'll be putting up a presentation. I believe our clerks here are getting that ready. Bear with us. It's okay. Just 1 second. We'll set you up. Not to worry.
We submitted it.
Just pulling up the slide presentation deck for anybody listening online wondering what's going on. Give you another 30 seconds. Thanks for your patience. Got started pretty quick there. Okay. Okay, we're good to go, I think. So,
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks for your patience. I'm Meta Brown, the Senior Planner for the Projects and Emerging Priorities team with Arts, Culture, and Tourism, and I am pleased to be co-presenting today with our partner, Rohan Satna, the Director of Destination Events at Destination Vancouver, on an exciting proposal for the city to join a new Cultural Tourism Events Fund partnership. So today I'll review the purpose, summary, and background, as well as the strategic framework, eligibility criteria, and assessment process, the partnership opportunity and report recommendations before turning it over to Rohan to share the broader picture of the visitor economy. Next slide, please. So this report responds to a council motion that emerged last July in a council meeting on the strategic framework for the 2024 Arts and Culture Grants Program, in which the motion Clause D directed staff to explore and report back on options for a destination festivals and special events fund and program. In today's presentation, staff are seeking council direction on whether to advance proposed work to join a new Cultural Tourism Fund partnership to better support cultural destination events and festivals that elevate Vancouver's profile as a globally renowned cultural destination and invest in a portfolio of cultural destinations, events, and festivals, with a focus on major and scalable events and festivals that elevate Vancouver's profile as a globally renowned cultural destination that occur downtown during the low season that deliver significant economic, marketing, and social benefits. If approved, a $150,000 grant would contribute to the fund drawn from the city's 2024 cultural grant operating budget, and staff will report back in 2025. Next slide, please. So in 2015, the Sport Tourism Development Fund was established in partnership with the City Destination Vancouver and Vancouver Hotel Destination Association to support a portfolio of destination sport events that optimize Vancouver's destination profile, visitor spend, and community engagement. In 2023, Destination Vancouver and the Vancouver Hotel Destination Association formed a Cultural Tourism Event Fund partnership to explore building on the success of the sport tourism and convention development funds. They conducted research on key gaps in Vancouver's event calendar and established the Cultural Tourism Events Fund with an initial contribution of $1,175,000. In 2023, the Arts, Culture, and Tourism Business Unit restructuring integrated and complemented city support to grow and sustain the tourism and event sectors, including sport, cultural, and wider destination priorities, and began to consider how best to respond to the 2023 council motion. Given these synergies in 2024, the partners proposed that the city join the Cultural Tourism Events Fund partnership and contribute to the Cultural Tourism Events Fund. Next slide, please. The strategic framework for the fund envisions a fund that will elevate Vancouver's profile so that our city becomes a globally renowned place that people travel to participate in world-class destination events. To do that, the fund seeks to grow homegrown cultural offerings, incubate new event concepts, and attract events from outside markets to diversify a portfolio of cultural destination events and festivals that have that focus on the low season from October to April, in locations in or near downtown that would be considered major events or events that can scale in size and are able to deliver those threefold economic, marketing, and social benefits. Next slide, please. The 3 strategic areas and 5 strategic goals include the first area focused on high impact investment that can leverage resources to increase support for cultural destination events and festivals. The second strategic area is product development, with the first goal of balancing the cultural events calendar year-round with the low season focus, which would better utilize venue and hotel capacity, complement offerings, and prevent splitting audience spaces. Through the second goal of expanding the portfolio of dynamic, vibrant offerings across scale, type, and locations, with a focus in or near downtown. And finally, strengthening marketing development capacity through enhancing event producer marketing to reach and expand visitor markets, and leveraging partner marketing channels from regional, national, and international marketing efforts to utilizing destination marketing strategies that capture celebrity and influencer engagement on socials to promote Vancouver. Next slide, please. The strategic framework's eligibility criteria are drawn from the 2023 research findings, as well as wider destination event development best practices, and are defined broadly across a range of types, including spectator events, exhibition events, and a range of focuses from performing visual and media arts to multidisciplinary cultural heritage or lifestyle events, most of which should occur in that October to April low season. Next slide, please. The assessment process includes 5 steps. Proposals to support an event can be submitted by any partner on a rolling basis. The assessment review will be conducted by Destination Vancouver, the designated partner who administers the fund, and provided to all partners to discuss and determine whether to support the funding. And then Destination Vancouver would submit a formal funding recommendation to the fund executive committee made up of the founding partners to approve. The assessment criteria are drawn from the framework and wider best practices and include season, location, out-of-town visitors, scale and scalability, and profile and marketing benefits, as well as broader considerations of financial health and programmatic quality, and wider social impacts such as benefits to the local nations or equity communities, and the broader ecosystem of smaller cultural events and festivals. So, next slide. The partnership opportunity before us advances council priorities on cultural vibrancy and destination events, aligns with existing policy and process improvement, including both culture shift and council direction on making it easier to host outdoor festivals and events. It leverages and harmonizes public-private strategic support for cultural tourism, strengthens the city's role and influence in tourism and destination marketing, elevates Vancouver's cultural destination profile and optimizes wider destination impacts, creates major event typology research opportunities that could inform ongoing and future city work on special events policies, and pilots an initial investment in a way that ensures in strong partnership and minimization of risks. Given this alignment, council direction and priorities on cultural vibrancy and destination events, and the broader mandate of arts, culture, and tourism, staff do recommend in this report joining the partnership and contributing to the fund. Next slide, please. As previously mentioned, the first-year contributions of the founding partners totaled $1,175,000. The second year of founding partner contributions currently total $1,725,000. Should council choose to approve the staff recommendation to support a grant for $150,000, this would bring the total second-year contributions to $1,875,000. Next slide, please. So this report recommends that council consider endorsing the Cultural Tourism Events Fund Partnership Strategic Framework to guide the city's work with the tourism partners, authorize the city to formally join the partnership and contribute to the fund, and approve a grant of $150,000 to Destination Vancouver. And next slide, please. To delegate the authority to staff to execute any needed grant and ancillary agreements. And so, concluding those staff comments, it is my pleasure to turn it over to Rohan.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Rohan Setna. I'm the Director for Destination Events with Destination Vancouver. Thank you, Mehta, Bronislav, and the City Manager's Office for all the work you and your staff have done to get us to this point. And thank you to the City Council and the Mayor's Office for having us here as a speaker today. I'm hoping that I can, within the next very quickly 5 minutes, contextualize how the Cultural Tourism Event Fund fits into the broader visitor economy and the tourism landscape. I think you have our slides up as well. If you can maybe go to the next slide, please.
It'll just take a minute. We'll just bring up the next deck. Thank you.
Thank you, and just forward one slide from there as well, please. So who we are, Destination Vancouver, we are a 121-year-old not-for-profit association that is made up of over 800 members from the tourism and hospitality community that involves restaurants, hotels, attractions, etc., etc. Our purpose is to transform people and communities through the power of travel. Our mission is to responsibly and rebuild a sustainable visitor economy to 8.5 billion by 2026. That number and those figures were coming out of the pandemic. Moving forward, we are looking at latest trends to help do some work to revise that number. Next slide, please. To put our visitor economy in context, by figures, Vancouver's visitor economy is largely driven by seasonality. In a nutshell, that seasonality being very skewed towards the summer. As you can see from the graph there, that's how we compare where our visitation was in 2019 to 2023, where you can really see it spike between July to August. The numbers that you see up there are record-breaking numbers when you look at cruise ships, consumer spend, that's all up from 2019, even though we're 99% of the way there on our visitation. So it's really looking at sustainably rebuilding our visitor economy. 2023 was also the first full year of tourism, and moving forward, happy to say that this will be our benchmark year. Next slide, please. And so the breakdown of that visitor economy and who makes up that visitor economy, it's a mix of leisure travelers, business events, sport, and then cultural events and festivals. So on the leisure traveler side, the work that is constantly being done, which is more traditional marketing, media, travel trade. On business events, we have partnerships and support mechanisms in place. The main use of that being the Convention Development Fund, which you can read about in the report. That is a partnership between ourselves, the BC Pavilion Corporation, and the Vancouver Hotel Destination Association. We have been partners with the City of Vancouver on Sport Hosting Vancouver and the success that partnership has had since 2015. And a big thanks to that goes to the city and the team that's here, Michelle and Kayla. And then cultural events and festivals has really been that fourth leg of the stool that has been missing. The business unit that I lead at Destination Vancouver was established in 2022 with a real focus on maximizing and capitalizing on the opportunities when we have them for sport and cultural events and festivals. And so using these different support mechanisms, it's really looking at that as a tool to tackle and combat our seasonality so that we can deliver a thriving business, a thriving community that extends year-round and not just that summer months, which impacts all areas of tourism, but also hospitality and small businesses. Next slide, please. And then really the way we look at it is we've been very successful in these different areas is because of our partnerships. It sounds a bit cliche, but it's really harnessing the power of collaboration between different entities, bringing that public sector and private sector together that we really see as our competitive advantage. We have seen the success of that for securing major business events, major sporting events, and even when we look at the next sort of roadmap between 24 and 26, I'm not going to go into individual events, but we all know the incredible opportunities we have at our doorstep. For those of you that were at our annual general meeting last week, our CEO finished with, "Don't stop thinking about tomorrow." And that's really what we're looking at is 6 onwards, what's at our doorstep, how are the opportunities that we're not missing out on, and the Cultural Tourism Event Fund really plays a big part into sort of finishing up business events, sporting events, and now the whole piece of the puzzle. And that is very quickly run through, but if anyone has questions, I'm happy to field them now.
All right, we'll start with questions to Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm actually going to direct my first question to city staff, but thanks, Rohan, for the presentation. And I think one question I have that's naturally going to come up with our established festivals and events that are staging their amazing offerings in the summertime and are having a tough time right now is why is this October to April? And I know that Rohan has spoken quite consistently to that, but I wonder if you can talk about how this intersects with other support that the city provides to the other festivals and events and how these things kind of intersect and work together. Because I think we might hear a little bit of disappointment from our existing festivals in the summer that are working incredibly well for tourism, but yet they are still having financial struggles currently to sustain themselves coming out of COVID and other cost challenges.
Absolutely. Thank you, Deputy General Manager, Arts, Culture and Community Services, Branislav Hanselman. So the city has a very long and a very proud history of supporting all sorts of arts and culture events. In fact, actually, we've been funding arts and culture since the 1800s, certainly in terms of the arts and culture grant, the way we know them today and the way they've been approved through a different report. Today, we have been supporting arts and culture, including festivals and events since the 1970s. We continue to support them. We also know that the province continues to support them, and we know that the federal government also continues to support them. And we're pretty steadfast in our efforts. This is an augmented fund. As we know, it addresses certain periods within the year. Having said that, we also know that the festivals, we've heard it loud and clear, are hurting right now in Vancouver, in Lower Mainland, and quite frankly, nationally. And so there are conversations happening, of course, on a municipal level, but they're happening also on the provincial and the federal level about the future of funding. And we are looking actively across different levels of staff how we can address this.
Okay, so we can rest assured we're very alive to the issue and there are conversations underway.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Okay, I will switch back, Rohan, to you. I look like you anticipated a question. And I appreciated being on the receiving end because I've been in your shoes delivering that same content and presentation before. My question to this is, can you give us sort of some examples of are there a couple of specific ones you're targeting? What kind of events would you like to see added to the lineup? Do you want to give us a little bit of flavor or color around?
Yeah, absolutely.
What is Vancouver missing, or what would it be amazing if we had X at what time?
I'll speak to the couple of examples of events since the start of the fund that we have already invested in. A lot of that is new events that can add to Vancouver's calendar. One of the ones that we'll see in 25 is the Juno Awards. That has been really one that we've worked in collaboration with our partners, whether it's Music BC or others at the city and provincially to help bring to Vancouver. Others are the Coast City Country Music Festival that took place at BC Place earlier this spring, which we had a partnership with Live Nation to, again, help get that festival off the ground. Nothing's for certain, but we hope that can turn into an annual festival that'll be on Vancouver's calendar. But for us, when we're looking at events where we're taking a strategic approach where we have the benefit of looking at our calendar of business events, sporting events, and then cultural events to really see where there's need periods and times and gaps in the calendar where we can start going after some of those events and also not miss out on the opportunities when we are hosting an event. How do we take advantage of that? How are we leveraging that event to really showcase Vancouver?
They put us on the clock here, so I'm going to jump in just for time. So just to hear, is there the intention, because there's some one-off amazing events or they're rotational like the Junos, which has huge economic impact, supports the music sector, but is the primary intent here, is it fair to say, to invest in events that can sustain and become annual so they can become part of the lineup?
Absolutely, that is definitely part of it, and I think our focus is looking at events that attract visitation to Vancouver. I know there's events that are attractive to visitors as well, though.
Okay, that's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. You have additional questions, Councillor Boyle?
Thanks so much. I also was curious to hear a bit more about what role local festivals that support local artists and communities and really build up Vancouver's talent and reputation have in this larger fund.
Yeah, and that's a great question, and I think with certainly some of these larger events like the Junos or other festivals, that's where we work within our partnership to determine how we meeting all those objectives. So making sure that there is integration of local talent in the Juno Awards, because the province of BC is also a big contributor to that. It's ensuring that we are integrating not only Vancouver local talent, but also BC-wide talent into that type of an event. So that is definitely top of mind for us when we are executing against some of these event partnerships that we're invested in.
What's the definition of a destination event in the context? Yes, and in part, I'm wondering something like the Jazz Fest. We know Jazz Fest has struggled with title sponsors, so would Jazz Fest be a destination event? Would they be able to receive funding within this?
I think they are definitely within the consideration set. A little bit of that consideration looks at seasonality as well. And with those summer events, it's not to say we don't support them at all. We have a large marketing arm behind us that does lend a lot of support to summer events as well. The level of support just looks a little different when it's a summer event versus a winter event, where it's more marketing events to visitors, where we're actually investing real dollars into marketing those events to basically people outside of Vancouver. So that support is still there for them, but it might not just be at the level as it might with an event that would fall within our need period that might be in November or February.
How do you measure the success in terms of, I mean, I'm interested broadly in how that success is measured and how the fund is structured, and also specifically in measuring how much it's attracting and serving locals versus tourists who are booking hotels.
And so there's four main measurements that we look at. It's economic benefits, destination marketing benefits, and then social and sustainable benefits. So we use proprietary tools to look at economic benefit based on visitation, how many attendees are at the event, and so that spreads wider than just a head in a bed, where it looks at the entire economic impact of the event, whether that is to restaurants or to other sectors of the industry as well.
Okay. Is there a measurement in there about, and I don't know exactly what I would suggest it be, but something about the health of the arts and culture sector?
Yes, and creating cultural vibrancy is definitely one of those pieces in there. So where even though an event might not already be a major event that is already attracting visitation, we are certainly looking at events that have that potential within those sectors to then develop and grow, that we can incubate and work with to get to that level.
So a great local event that's been a local event for a long time in that season that could expand and attract more people could fit.
Absolutely. The Vancouver Cherry Blossom Festival is one. Lumiere is another example of that event.
Interesting. Okay. My last question is just on page 3 of the report, there was language that I didn't quite understand. The partners on the research, it said the research included gaps identification in the season and scale that could focus strategic investment. Can you just tell me what that means?
Prior to establishing the fund, there was a third-party research that was conducted to look at Vancouver's existing event profile, and really, I think some of the key findings from that was that we have a real lack of major events that attract visitation or large attendees during that off-peak season. So really, between what we found there was between November to February, there's maybe 1 or 2 major events that were categorized that way. That again, that was an opportunity that we felt we were not capitalizing on.
Okay, and overall, just back to the economic benefit piece, is there a preference for events that hire local folks that aren't just coming in and kind of plunking down, but where we can really build up that local muscle and ensure that local artists are amplified and employed and compensated fairly and all of that?
Yes, absolutely. When we're when we're working with existing events that are already local, they have that knowledge, but certainly when we're looking at international events, we help them with that process. We help them navigate our market. We have social procurement as well that is run out of our office that can guide us in the right way for that.
I see I'm out of time, but appreciate all of those answers.
Thank you.
Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. See no one in the queue. I'm happy to move the recommendations and speak to
We
them.
have speakers.
Oh, we do have speakers.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I forgot.
Come back on perhaps. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and that does bring us to the
Thank
end.
you.
Thank you so much. End of the question queue. So we're going to hear from registered speakers. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I'll also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver and if it is not noted on the speakers list. And our first and I believe only public speaker registered for this item is Duncan Watts Grant.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Duncan Watts Grant. I'm the Executive Director of the Vancouver Fringe Festival. I'm speaking today in the spirit of creating a strong and vibrant and internationally recognized cultural sector, which I think is really what's been said already. And I perhaps will take the opportunity to say that I don't know I could quickly state that I am in favor or against the report, but have some questions and some thoughts to share. In the report in front of Council, it identifies the power of major events and festivals to help establish our city's reputation as a cultural leader. And it's incredibly exciting to see our cities making investments to nurture events that are contributing both to the economic success of our city and enriching the cultural landscape. Vancouver has a much talked about reputation as a no-fun city, which I appreciate Mayor and Council have been working hard to dispute. But as I said, I do have some concerns about the direction the report is setting. And, Councillor Kirby Young has perhaps predicted what those concerns might be, which is really not necessarily to disagree with the idea that there is a benefit to having off-season festivals and events, but that our current summer festivals are hurting. This report seems to focus on attracting events from other markets. I'm a passionate cheerleader for the festivals that operate in Vancouver. We have a diverse and broad range of events throughout the year. But to continue to thrive, particularly after the pandemic, our current festivals really are in need of support. Many of our local events have been struggling with the loss of sponsorship and stagnation in operating funding. And with that in mind, I appreciate the report also talks about how to grow existing events, but that there is that focus on either attracting new events or particularly out-of-market events. In this precarious moment for our sector, our current festivals are so keen to create impactful events that draw audiences. So the first things to be cut when budgets are tight are things like outdoor or free programming or major marketing campaigns, which are often the most visible. Beyond this, I recognize the desire to direct further dollars and support to events and festivals that are attracting attendees in winter months. And I understand there's a particular interest in bringing tourists to Vancouver when there are a greater number of room nights available for them. But the focus on winter months doesn't really recognize the significant role that our current summer events are playing, like Jazz Fest and Folk Fest and Pride, in attracting people to the city. Our city greatly benefits from these large-scale events in summer, but they're in need of that support. For what it's worth, I think my interest in speaking to the support is not to ask Council to change the parameters so that my own festival, The Fringe, would be eligible. But I do have an interest in seeing investment in the local festivals that are already here. A rising tide lifts all boats. When our city invests in the local talent of artists and administrators, technicians, and producers who are here, we all thrive. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you very much for calling in today. So that does bring us to the end of the speakers list.
The recommendations.
Councillor Kirby Young, thank you very much. Seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Councillor Zhou. Any discussion? Actually, I'm just going to move us to the main queue, Councillor Kirby Young, and put you back on the list here. Okay, great. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I think a lot of folks know that my background is in tourism, so I'll often say that tourism is the unsung hero in terms of the economic impact, and I don't think it's recognized enough in our city and our province for that. Really pleased to see the new focus in our Arts, Culture, and Community Services team with our sport tourism and art support and the tourism connectivity and relationships coming together because they are symbiotic. And so it's nice to sort of see this work being elevated. I've got to give a bit of kudos to the VHDA, the Vancouver Hotel Destination Association, who were championing this idea in the early days, which isn't always easy to do, to get people to visualize what something will look like. And kudos to Steve Regan, who was really, I think, kind of an early talker. That's a good word to use because he can talk. But he's a good early talker kind of about this opportunity. But for it to work, it really did need some partnership coming together. And so I'm happy to see the City of Vancouver represented. I can see that the industry itself is doing the heavy lifting in terms of the funding that's being contributed here. Vancouver's tourism has always been cyclical, and there's a number of benefits to spreading that out, obviously, because it's not just the traditional spending, but people come and they stay in they visit the restaurant, they go to the arts and culture show, as well as staying in the hotel and all of those components. And it can contribute to a more vibrant city. I will put a plug in that I love and support, and I will be a huge advocate for the Junos. But I do think that the economic impact over time of the ongoing annual events is an important one. And it's also something that we want to work towards in terms of providing opportunities for artists and people working in the sector so that they can sustain themselves. So I think there's some real benefits there, but I'm looking forward to it, and I'm really happy to see this fund coming forward. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young. And that does bring us to the end of the list, so we can move to a vote, please. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato. Thank you very much. And that passes with unanimous support. So thank you, and thank you very much to our guests who came to present today. That's great. So that completes report 6. We are going to be moving to our committee members' motions. And yes, so the next item is motion 1, request for leaves of absence. We have the following requests. Mayor Sim for civic business from meetings on June 4th from 6 p.m. onwards. Councillor Boyle for civic business from meetings on June 13th, 2024 from 6 p.m. onwards. Councillor Dominato for civic business from meetings on June 4th from 5:30 onwards and June 26th, 2024 from 5:30 onwards. Do we have a mover? Councillor Glasson, second. Thank you, Councillor Meisner. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. So we are now moving to the next item, which is motion 2, taking action to protect and expand arts and culture spaces, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Boyle. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none. Councillor Boyle, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So as council can see, this motion is about protecting and strengthening arts and culture spaces across the city. We know that we are rapidly losing arts and culture spaces, production spaces, community spaces, performance spaces, gallery spaces, and more. The Eastside Culture Crawl did a study recently that we had lost over 400 artist production spaces, music and performing arts venues, and art galleries, and that number has grown since the study. So I have been meeting with and hearing from arts and culture groups about this concern, among others, and looking at strategies to mitigate that loss and support the protection and expansion of spaces going forward, and heard a lot of expertise in the sector, as well as the concern that that is so clear. So a couple of the key asks actually come right out of the City of Vancouver's 2019 Cultural Infrastructure Plan. and making space for arts and culture. And you can see them outlined in the motion, pieces around making it, those regulatory barriers easier for arts and culture groups to navigate, providing specific support within buildings development and licensing. I've heard from arts groups about the thousands and thousands of dollars that they often need to spend hiring someone to help translate city code and support them in doing that navigating. So the city being able to support that work and make it easier is a very important and hopefully obvious step for us to take, as well as supporting the development of a cultural land trust, which is an ask out of the community that really looks toward long-term financial sustainability for the sector.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Kirby Young. And so we will now hear from registered speakers for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition, may only speak once, and I will ask if needed, although I see everybody's indicated they are a resident of Vancouver. So we are going to start with our first public speaker, Ashley Daniel Foote, who is here in person. Welcome, Ashley.
Hello.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ashley Daniel Foote, and I'm sorry if I'm talking a little quickly, but I'm here today as the chair of the City of Vancouver's Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee, and I'm speaking in support of Councillor Boyle's motion. The mandate of our committee is to advise council and staff on all civic programs that relate to arts and culture, and to ensure that arts and culture is appropriately represented in city plans and policy initiatives. As artists and cultural professionals living and working in Vancouver, we recognize the importance of sustainable and appropriate spaces for arts. As Councillor Boyle's motion mentioned, one of the biggest barriers we hear about from our peers is access to affordable, dedicated space for the arts, as well as navigating the city's network of processes in order to maintain and create those spaces. It can take years and tens of thousands of dollars to work through City of Vancouver regulatory systems, a time frame and cost that quite frankly means art spaces will opt outside of the legal means and not open at all. There's a strong need for a dedicated cultural infrastructure that can provide space outside of a long-term lease structure. Long-term leases, even at affordable rates, offer no guarantee that arts venues will have a permanent home even after investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in tenant improvements. In 2019, City Council approved Making Space for Arts and Culture, Vancouver Cultural Infrastructure Plan. The plan contained a series of recommendations to Council that would help preserve and grow the city's cultural vibrancy. Many of those recommendations have indeed been acted upon, and we're grateful for that, but several others, including those included in the motion from Councillor Boyle, remain unfulfilled. We truly hope the Council will approve this motion that uses existing processes and resources that are already within the City of Vancouver to better serve and develop existing and future art spaces right here in our city. Thank you.
Great, and thank you very much for coming in and speaking to Council. Ashley, we're going to move now to our next speaker, speaker number 1, Brent Constantine.
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 2, Caitlin Jones.
Hello?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. Please feel free.
Okay, great. Hi, sorry. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Caitlin Jones. I'm a curator and arts administrator who's been working actively on issues related to affordable space for arts and cultural production spaces for over a decade. And as you know, these are the noisy and messy spaces where the artists do their work that we get to see. The backstage spaces of our city. The situation is dire, as Councillor Boyle has pointed out, and additional funding and policy action needs to be taken. I'm offering some specific thoughts drawn from my experience that I think could be moved forward. In 2014, in a former role as Executive Director of the Western Front, I worked closely with the city staff to establish an arts and culture specific zoning category. It was flexible enough to be able to cover the range of presentation and production activities that occur in cultural spaces. The intent of it was to be iterated across the city, but to my knowledge, this zoning category has never been utilized again. Additionally, in 2015, a number of cultural organizations in the Mount Pleasant community advocated that the CAC for the Independent, which is the high-rise at the corner of Kingsway, Broadway, and Main Street, come in the form of cash as opposed to an in-kind contribution of space. The significant cash contribution that came out of this CAC allowed the Western Front to purchase its own building, also the Grunt Gallery down the street, to secure their mortgage. So as a result of this cash investment, two very important cultural production and presentation spaces were secured in perpetuity. And then those organizations, nonprofit organizations, were able to build their own financial and organizational capacities, protect their own investments, and continue to provide affordable space to others. As the former director of BC Artscape, I led the development of two major in-kind cultural production spaces, including 30 units of housing and an associated production space at 3rd and Main, and the recently opened 825 Pacific Art Studio building. Both these projects now operated by 221A, who is working towards the larger cultural land trust, which is included in this motion, which I absolutely believe is worthy of the city's support. I currently work as a consultant providing advice to cultural spaces to a number of smaller organizations, including but not limited to the Eastside Arts Society and their efforts to start the Eastside Arts District, and C-Space PL 1422, who are both working on initiatives to preserve and maintain diverse types of production spaces in the city. Theater and dance, as you know, have very different spatial needs from visual arts. So any investments and policy shifts need to account for this diversity of needs and support a wide range of organizations. So I'm 100% in support of this motion and would just suggest a number of areas for focus. One is to revitalize the arts and culture zoning category that already exists on the city's books. Two is utilize more often the cash CAC mechanism. This allows organizations to purchase and secure their own spaces in the areas and zones where they're already working and is more suitable to their diverse activities.
If I can, I get that you have a little bit of a list there, but you are out over time. Can you email
Okay,
that?
I can be
If
done.
you could just email those recommendations, that would be great.
Yep, sure.
Okay, thank you so much, and thanks for calling in. We are going to move here to, so just to let everybody know, Speaker 3 has withdrawn. Speaker 4, Ian Cromwell.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please feel free to start when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for entertaining this motion. My name is Ian Cromwell. I am the Executive Curator and founder of Locals Lounge, which is a music community incubator here in Vancouver. We represent hundreds of local artists and art appreciators, specifically around the live music sector, and I am calling in to speak in support of this motion. As has been noticed previously, venue loss has been identified previously by the City of Vancouver, including by several members of this council who voted in favor of the Vancouver Music Strategy in 2019. I think this is a wonderful opportunity to follow through on that vote and to put some policy behind the recommendations. Locals Lounge has done its own research, polling its members about the issues that face musicians and music production in Vancouver. The lack of accessible venues comes up as one of the most frequently cited barriers to success for local musicians. And so having security, reliability, and sustainability for music venues and arts venues more broadly is something that is going to be felt very deeply by members of the community that I represent and more broadly. In the past few years, we've seen fundraisers to save the Rio Theater in East Van. The Beaumont Studio, I know, in Mount Pleasant has experienced its own challenges with sustainable funding. And of course, we are currently fighting to keep the Wise Hall open. We are seeing again and again that Vancouverites are stepping up to intervene to save our arts venues. And I think that people are expecting our government to do the same. Outside of my role as an arts curator, I'm also a public health scientist, and I'm very acutely aware of the overlaps between our problems with social connection as a determinant of health, and recognizing that arts and culture is a very cost-effective approach to improving social connection. While I understand that there is a value in large-scale events and festivals, and I don't wish to dispute that benefit at all, I do note that when we are talking about sustaining a local participatory arts sector, that has far larger, that it punches far above its weight class in terms of fostering social connection. And for that reason, I think it's crucial to act and act soon to ensure that we don't lose more venues and more opportunities for connection. Finally, I want to relay a couple of conversations that I had in 2022 with members of this council. I haven't had a lot of opportunities to speak directly to Mayor Sim, but in the first conversation we had, he said to me that it was, important for us, irrespective of the outcome of the 22 election and whoever made up mayor and council, to work together
Ian,
and to
I'm
work
going to have to
collaboratively.
pause you there. Ian, sorry, you're well over time, actually.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I took my eye off that as well. So I'm going to have to pause you there. Happy to have you submit any additional comments by email.
Well,
okay, great. Thank you. We'll move to Speaker 5, David Dupre.
I'm setting my timer.
Wonderful idea.
I'm still going to
You
screw
also
it up.
get a timer right beside you. So
Oh, thank you.
Well sorted.
Amazing.
Okay, go
Hi,
for
my
it.
name's David Dupre. I'm going to talk really fast because, of course, I have a lot to say. For the past 20 years, I've been creating arts and cultural spaces in Vancouver. I opened the Rickshaw, I opened the Fox. By open, I mean I got the lease, I got the permits, and I got the liquor license. I've also started creating taking over empty buildings and turning them into artist spaces. I've done that with 10 different buildings in Vancouver, about 150,000 square feet of artist space. I currently have 7 of those leases still active. I'm an entrepreneur, so what I do is really simple. I take over an empty building, I demise it up, and I fill it with artists. The biggest barrier I have is regulatory. Doing a change of use kills me, and it's the experience that I hear from many of the other artists who are creating spaces that I deal with, is that they go into a space, whether they want to create a venue or whether they want to create artist space, and they come up against the city hall and it stops everything really quickly. So I completely support this motion, but the part of the motion that I really think is really exciting, what you should be focusing on, is the regulatory issue. If you make it simpler for us to create artist spaces in Vancouver, we will create artist spaces. There is tons and tons of empty buildings in Vancouver, especially now that people aren't going back to offices. And so right now I'm working on 3 different leases. One of them's 30,000 square feet, the other 2 are 20,000 square feet, so that's 70,000 square feet of office space that I can convert into artist space immediately, and all I need to do is get the city out of the way. And so if you guys can help us with that, I can guarantee you that there will be an explosion of arts and culture spaces in Vancouver. All the leases I'm currently working on are 10-year leases, so we will be there for a long time. I have artist buildings I've been in 16, 17 years that I have leases with, which I think is a lifetime. And as far as artists go, that's like infinity. So, my spaces are filled with dance studios, my spaces are filled with ceramic studios, my spaces are filled with live events, my spaces are filled with everything you can possibly imagine. Painters, photographers, you name it, they're in there. One of my most, I've got another minute. One of my most exciting places is City Center, which is an old motel that I took over from Nicola Wealth and opened on Main and 7th. Again, I did that without the help of the city of Vancouver. I did that all by myself. I filled it with artists and I got a motel license there. I would have loved to come to the city and say, hey, I'm doing this, and have had the support of staff, which I think I have, but they just have their own barriers to supporting me in what I'm doing. It would have been amazing to go say, hey, I've got 30,000 square feet. We're going to have a 5-year lease. How can you help me fill it with artists? Instead, I had to do it by myself, get a motel license, figure it all out. There's a lot of other artists and artist groups that are struggling with being able to do that because they're not quite as entrepreneurial as I am. So please, change the regulatory issues, help us to create artist space, help us to do an easier process with the change of use. I think that's it. Thank you. Look at that, 3 minutes. Bam.
Perfectly well timed. Thank you very much. We will listen, or we'll hear now from a registered online speaker, Elia Kirby.
Speaker 6 is not on the line.
Okay, so we'll just pause there. And I understand that Brent Constantine was able to join us. So please, you're speaker number 1. We're just going back through the list here. So you're welcome to address council. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for hearing from me. I'm Brent Constantine. I run a small theater space, performance space in Gastown. So we just recently went through a lengthy development process of about 2 years or so. We're just kind of wrapping up now. So that was 2 years of us with a lease, paying operating expenses while we tried to navigate the city processes. I go around and I talk to a lot of art spaces as well that are in similar situations that in some cases have really fought the city, trying to get a change of use, which kind of looks at the space as if it's being built for the first time, where you're just trying to add occupancy. It's probably pretty safe, but the regulatory barriers are quite high. For us and for other artists, you're kind of forced to become an expert in space development, in permitting, development processes, and you get further and further away from doing what you want to do, which is creating your art and running your space. It's incredibly expensive. Most art spaces, just because of rents, we're using reused space. So old commercial spaces, we're trying to turn them into like an occupancy, major occupancy. It triggers a whole bunch of stuff that's incredibly expensive. It's really difficult to do this. I don't know how anyone else would have done this. I'm not sure how we did it. We're still trying to get approved legally. We're more legal than we've ever been, but still not quite there. There's a real gap, I think, in the expertise and the support that's available. I work in art space as well as development art space, and so I talk to other cities. I've talked to Seattle, I've talked to Austin. There's other ones out there that have done more to link art space and art space managers and operators with development services and permitting services. There's some really unique situations and aspects of art spaces that, the commercial renovation center in theory it can help with, but in practice, it's just not getting done in this city. I think we've got some really talented people, some really talented artists, and some really awesome organizations that they want to operate space, they want to continue to operate space, they want to grow and change, and the regulatory processes, and by that, I mean like the cost of it, the real cost of it, just doesn't let them do it. So I think Councillor Boyle's motion is great. It's a great step, specifically that first aspect about regulatory space development. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, and glad you made it in to be able to address council. I'll just check one more time for speaker 6 on the line.
No, speaker 6 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you very much. That is the end of our speakers list. So thank you to everyone for speaking to the committee today. Any discussion, committee members? And I see Councillor Klassen is on the queue.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the mover of the motion. Through you, Chair, I just want to have maybe a quick question for staff. In fact, this would probably be her very first meeting as our new general manager, Carrie O'Kell. Welcome, Carrie. Excited for that. In terms of regulations and bylaws, the kind of work that is being proposed in this motion here, is this is something that that we've been either working on, or is it, in your view, something that is well-timed?
So thank you for the question, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Corey O'Kell. I'm the new General Manager of Development, Buildings and Licensing. I believe that we are looking at this. We do, as mentioned, we do have our renovation center that people can come in and look and book somebody one-on-one to discuss any renovations that are underway. We're also exploring change of use right now related to arts and culture spaces, and to see, previously we did 5 changes of use that were helpful for different businesses that were that were easily turned over, and now we're looking at doing that for artist studios as well. And related to the Vancouver building bylaw, perhaps I can have my coworker Saul speak to that.
Mindful of time. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair, Mayor, and Council. Saul Schwebbs, Chief Building Official. Upgrades. Vancouver is at this point unique in Canada in that we have a portion of our bylaw, Part 13, which is dedicated to existing buildings. One of the things that Part 11 does is it requires, in certain circumstances, upgrades to buildings prior to occupancy, probably to different occupancies. In this case, it'd be Ds, most likely, or some Fs converting to A2 or Es.
I'm just going to pause you there.
Yeah, please, sorry.
On the clock here, and I'm just going to have one more question, and then I'm actually going to move an amendment.
Of course.
It is just, do we have current internal staff leads that would work specifically with the arts and culture sector as proposed in this motion?
Not specifically with arts and cultures, no.
Okay, so that's good to know.
Yep.
So as I mentioned, I do have an amendment to Chair, so I wonder if we might be able to go.
It's a motion. Yep. Okay, so there's a motion, there's an amendment on the floor. We'll just need a seconder.
Yeah, thanks very much. Let me just pull it up on my screen here. Sorry. It is essentially, it's a bit more specificity that is in the motion, which I think is a good one. And it speaks to what we just heard from David Dupre, and just a little bit of history. David came to me back in 2007 when I was doing some work with Mayor Sam Sullivan, looking to try and get a space, 45 West Hastings, an old shoe store that had been closed for a long time, turned into an art space. And so out of his challenges at the time, I introduced him to the mayor, and we were able to make some changes there. And since then, we've just seen tens of thousands of square feet of space be created by David. But his point about this change of use piece, which staff have referred to, I think is a very important one, and it's one that I think just could help this motion just by spelling it out clearly. We have old office spaces, old medical offices, old government offices. We got space upon space that are sitting empty right now that could benefit by having our arts and culture sector move into it. And it's not easy to do. And so this just gives that very clear direction to our staff. I think it's in the spirit of 3331. For those who know what that is, it's our way of trying to get through the permitting process more quickly, which is being very ably done by Corey and her team. So that's my amendment, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We do already have a seconder, so Councillor Meisner to the amendment.
Yeah, I'll be brief, but I would like to support this amendment. I think it builds on Councillor Boyle's great motion here today. As we did hear from David, there's lots of demand for artist space in underused buildings across the city, whether that's office buildings or warehouses or different former industrial buildings. So I know Council has done work last year on expanding the number of events that can happen in some of these warehouses across the city. That was a motion that Councillor Kirby Young and I put forward, and we're seeing this summer the fruits of that. And this takes us to in a similar direction in terms of facilitating these new spaces across the city, which will not just provide space for artists to animate our city and add vibrancy to our city as well. So very supportive of the amendment by Councillor Klassen and the overall motion by Councillor Boyle. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Boyle to the amendment.
Great, just to say I'm also happy to support this. Certainly part of the range of tools that we need, and so great.
Great, thank you very much. So we can go to a vote on the amendment. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And that motion passes with unanimous support. Great, thank you very much. So we will go back to the original motion as amended, and Councillor Klassen, you have the floor.
Only just reiterating what I was saying, the arts and culture sector are absolutely critical to our economy, to our vibrancy as a city, and the more spaces that we create, the more they have the ability to thrive here. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I appreciate this support. I want to specifically say thanks to Brent, who has been CCing me on dozens and dozens of emails about the permitting process so that I get a real world experience over the last couple years. And we have been having conversations not just about Little Mountain, but what we can learn from that experience to shift the experience that other arts groups go through in their own spaces. And that, I think, is a really valuable piece of this, so that future spaces require fewer emails and have a smoother time. And as we heard, that we can create more spaces for arts and culture and protect the ones that we have. And really appreciate as well the work that 221A has been doing in this space. I know a number of us got to go to the opening of their incredible new space on Pacific. The leadership that they've been providing on the Cultural Land Trust is really important, and I will circulate to Council and share online the video that they made recently with Yute Lee explaining the Cultural Land Trust model and what it could mean for arts and culture groups. Very exciting. I know they're having conversations with all levels of government, and so for the city to be one piece of that is certainly important. The making space for arts and culture work and our larger arts and culture policy has also had a really clear and important focus on supporting equity denied artists, equity denied groups. Across the spectrum, it's hard to survive in the arts in Vancouver, including in spaces. And so I just want to name as well that supporting those groups that are lifting up underrepresented voices and telling stories that really help us remember who we are as a rich and diverse community is really important. And we need to make sure that those artists continue to have space too and are supported through navigating the processes. And lastly, I just want to speak to the urgency that we have heard from speakers, that I know all of us here in the emails that we get and the conversations we're having out in the community. The arts provide so much to our city in economic benefit and also in the health of communities, the vibrancy of communities, the health of our democracy and more. And the pressures that we all see and experience around affordability and the cost of living are especially felt by artists and cultural groups. And so using all the tools that we can in our toolbox, including change of use spaces, I think that's really important. And I appreciate the collaborative conversation here and collaboration in moving this work forward.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. First, Chair, I wonder if I could ask a point of information through you to the City Manager?
You can.
Yes, thank you. City Manager, it's always been my understanding that that staff do not attend or answer questions in council to members' motions. So has that now changed?
Thanks for the question, Councillor, through the chair. So no, that is still our practice. We just happen to have a couple of staff members here today, but yeah, that is not generally the case.
Did they come of their own volition? Were they asked by the?
They were not asked to be here. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, they're just attending.
Okay, so if staff just happened to show up, we now can ask them questions at any member's motions.
If staff are here, we're not going to refuse to answer questions, but our staff typically don't attend council for the purpose of responding to member motions. If there is additional follow-up required, I'm happy to provide whatever answer I can, or we would follow up.
Okay, just that's good to know for the future. Thanks, appreciate that. Okay, really appreciate this motion being tabled for us. I think that's it's an incredibly important part, not only of our economy in the city of Vancouver, but our cultural life, the vibrancy of our city. And I do know from personal experience, having sat at this table with former Councillor Mike Wiebe, and the transformation of the City Centre Hotel on Main Street. Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Dupre, for that. It's just an incredible process, fabulous place, and we need more of that in the city. So I'm happy to see the city at this point now getting direction to move forward to make it easier for those kinds of spaces to exist, less cumbersome in terms of processes, and in meeting regulations. And this is, I think, going to really add a lot to. I think there's an unpent demand for it that's going to be, I hope, satisfied by making things easier through our regulations and our processes. So thanks all for speaking to it, and again, Councillor, for putting this forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to share a story and a real life example of one that's happening right now. So I'm aware of two individuals. One is working at a job in with an arts organization on the administrative side. The other is an artist. They are trying to convert a building in the Mount Pleasant area to very, very, very cost-effective spaces, studios and desks for folks in the arts community. They are having a really tough time navigating through city processes and permitting. These are two individuals that do not have high-paying jobs because they work in the arts and they love working in the arts. Their rent is $15,000. They had a hiccup with the city department. They do not have an endless amount of funds sitting in the bank built up. They're just trying to do some of the arts that they believe in. And they are hung up. And it is June 1st in 2 days, 2.5 days. They have two people earning very little money, and they have a $15,000 bill that they're going to be eating every month for the next couple of months. And I know these people. And they have done some really great things in putting on art shows and being involved in our festivals. And their shirts are literally on the line. And what I love about these individuals is that they are both very vibrant, energetic, bright people. And in the last few weeks, they don't look like that. It's weighing really heavy on them, and they're trying to do something great. Initiatives that the city has brought forward, like 221A, are fantastic. As a Cadillac building compared to what a lot of these kind of rough and ready conversions of space are. And I think it's fantastic that we have it. But when you see the just pure difference between the kind of Cadillac version of the lead building and the security of tenure, and just the quality of the amenities they have, and then a couple of folks who are trying to do this rough and ready, and for all the right reasons in the right place, they can't get it done. So I'm personally going to be trying to unstick that one, but I'm going to share that as a very live, real example of the fact that this matters. And so you have folks here that are seeing the need and they're willing to roll up their sleeves and do it, and they're doing it at huge personal risk. And yet they deliver a bunch of art shows and visual arts festivals and things that we all love to go and do and see. So yeah, we do have to get better at this. And I don't want to see other friends that I have in the arts community like that going through that, because it's really heart-wrenching to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. And to close on the amended motion, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, I won't be long. I just missed in the mess of my own notes that I also wanted to acknowledge the work that our own arts and Culture Advisory Committee do, and really appreciate Ashley being here speaking on behalf of the committee. That committee really represents a important, diverse cross-section of arts and culture voices across the city, and is a really useful and valuable source of information and feedback for us as we work to support the sector. And I know what's included in this motion is work that they have talked about and pushed for a while, and so much of that advisory committee work happens behind the scenes, and we get to sit around the table and make it real and support it. So just want to acknowledge that huge amount of unsung work and long meetings, and also many emails that makes all of this happen.
Thank you very much. So that does complete the speakers list. We'll move to a vote on the amended motion. And that motion passes with unanimous support. Thank you very much to the speakers who came in and called in to speak to this motion. We will now move to the next item, which is motion 3, piloting pod hotels in Vancouver, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby Young and seconded by Councillor Dominato. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, we will now invite Councillor Kirby Young to introduce your motion. You do have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. As Council knows, and we've had a number of conversations about it, we have a dire shortage of hotel rooms in the city. An MMP study commissioned by Destination Vancouver indicated that shortage was about 20,000 rooms in the region and 10,000 in Vancouver alone, and that demand is anticipated to exceed supply based on current inventory by summer of 2026, which is only 2 years away. You may know there's some large events coming to our city, but regardless of the need to accommodate people, whether they are here for FIFA, Taylor Swift, or any of the other amazing things happening, we need people that are coming to the city day in and day out, month in and month out. And as I said, tourism is a major economic driver. So we have had a previous motion at council to look at being more flexible with respect to things like mixed tenure, to expanding the geographic nature of where hotels were previously concentrated downtown. This particular motion from myself and Councillor Dominato aims to sort of clear the path and unstick one particular opportunity, which is around pod hotels. Pod hotels have been around in Japan for 40, 50 years. They're quite common. They're typically smaller sleeping spaces with shared amenities, such as bathrooms. We've had a chance to visit a couple of them, including the Pangea Pod Hotel in Whistler that has been operating for about 7 years. These are maybe inspired by hostels, but you know, you've heard of the term glamping. This is not your typical version of hosteling. This is a much higher quality experience with sort of shared sleeping areas, your individual quality comfy beds, lock-off showers, changing rooms, water closets, etc. And the problem, in short, is our Made in Vancouver building bylaw, which differs than the BC building code. And so if you want to convert the existing surplus of office space that we have, you get stuck because it often triggers a change, an upgrade to the entire building, not just to the floor or floors that might be utilized for this purpose. And so the intention is to support better aligning that work so that we can bring these forward. And I would anticipate that there's some interested proponents and we could have a couple on side before FIFA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great. So we do have a registered speaker to this item. So we will now call on, the registered speaker is in person, but I don't see anyone in chambers. So I just want to give, we're looking for Deneen Allen.
I'm online. I'm on the phone.
Thank you. Sorry, it was already identified. Lisa Dominato was a co-submission, so Councillor Dominato is seconded. Oh, great. Thank you very much, Deneen. You're welcome to start when you're ready.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor Sim and members of council. My name is Deneen Allen. I'm the CEO of Field Trip Hotels and of Fire Circle. I'm calling in today as a tourism and hospitality consultant and developer in full support of the motion put forward by Councillors Kirby Young and Dominato, which seeks to provide a new opportunity for hotel development in our city. I feel like the previous speakers today have paved the way for what I'm about to say, particularly Mr. Dupre. But I'd like to add a little bit of extra rationale to what Councillors Kirby Young and Dominato have put forth. And I have 5 points to make, very straightforward. Piloting pod hotels in Vancouver will stimulate entrepreneurship. Adaptive reuse requires significantly less capital than traditional hotel development and lowers the barriers to entry for small and medium-sized businesses. Pod-style hotels offer a more accessible avenue for independent developers, fostering innovation and diversity in lodging, ownership, and options. It will also increase competitiveness. Diversifying our lodging options makes Vancouver more attractive to visitors and investors alike. With pod-style hotels, we can cater to a broader range of travelers, enhancing our city's appeal and competitiveness in the global market. It will de-risk development. Pod-style hotels inherently mitigate risks associated with traditional hotel development. The lower capital requirements, speed to market and construction, flexibility in market positioning, ease of facilities configuration and adaptation to changing trends, and the scalability of this style of lodging provides developers with a more agile and sustainable approach to hospitality projects. Piloting pod hotels will also promote sustainability, obviously embracing adaptive reuse of existing office spaces for pod-style lodging reduces our carbon footprint and minimizes environmental impact. Moreover, the low labor model that addresses our hospitality labor shortages and aligns with our goals for a more sustainable and resilient operating model. Finally, it will create positive local economic impact. Hotels, as we know, in general, have a ripple effect on local economies and are often the catalyst for tourism and economic development in destinations of every size the world over. For every dollar in sales, they contribute significantly to employment and local supply purchases and supply chains and inject vitality and growth into our communities. Additionally, revitalizing vacant office spaces uplifts the surrounding businesses, fostering a vibrant and thriving urban landscape. I just loved what the previous speakers have been saying about the arts and culture spaces as these two parts of our tourism industry are so closely tied together.
Danina,
Anyway,
that is the end of the...
yes.
Yes.
That's fine.
Okay.
Those were the 5 points,
Terribly sorry to
and
interrupt.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much for calling in.
That's fine. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Speaker 2 has withdrawn. So that is the end of our speakers list. To thank, of course, our previous speaker for calling in. Is there any discussion? I just said that the Speaker 2 withdrew. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I just want to thank Councillor Kirby Young for bringing this forward. I think this is it's a no-brainer. Pod hotels are commonplace throughout the world. I've been to many cities with pod hotel buildings, and with our current combination of higher than normal office vacancy rates due to a trend of hybrid work and work from home, and our serious hotel shortage, we need to explore all options to create hotel space across our city to ensure that we can continue to welcome tourists to Vancouver, pardon me, not just for big events like FIFA or the Grey Cup, but throughout the year. So I just want to say thanks again to Councillor Kirby Young and Councillor Dominato for bringing this forward, and I'm looking forward to seeing the outcome.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Yes, and thanks, Chair. And just as a reflection on the second speaker who withdrew, it was out of time, and so I think they did circulate some comments to council as well in support of the motion. But just to reiterate the comments around, we know full well that we have a shortage of hotel rooms in the city. When we were talking recently with members of the media about this motion, we were talking about all the great events that are coming to the city. We've touched on them today in terms of events like the Junos, the Invictus Games, FIFA, Grey Cup, and then someone brought up, and of course there's 3 concerts of Taylor Swift, and so we continue to be a destination city, and many people want to come and visit and explore, and so I think we do need to look at a whole range of options for people to stay. Seeing the Pangea Hotel in Whistler was a really great experience to learn how they set that up, how they've modeled it to be a really inclusive and engaged space for people to enjoy. And I think to the point that was made around vacancy, office vacancy, it's upwards of 14% in the downtown core right now. And there is older office stock that can be utilized for this purpose. And so we really want to have staff explore this and report back and see how we might leverage this in advance of major events that we have on the horizon here in the city of Vancouver.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. That does bring us to the end of the speakers list. So we will be moving. Councillor Kirby. Okay.
Sorry, I'm slow today. I admit.
No
Um,
problem.
I just wanted to add a couple of other quick comments to what have been stated, and the benefits are great from stimulating innovation, entrepreneurship, adaptive reuse, minimizing environmental impacts, addressing the hotel shortage, the economic impact for the tourism sector, the shortage and the excess of hotel and commercial space, as Councillor Dominato noted, hitting 14%. Previously in the City of Vancouver, it used to be about 2%. A healthy rate is about 4 to 8%. But one of the two components that wasn't mentioned was around this fits with council's overarching work to better align the Vancouver building bylaw with the BC building code. And in some cases, we know we've seen many examples of where opportunities in our city have quite frankly been stymied economically because we've had a more restrictive building bylaw. And so one example was when we aligned Vancouver's fire code requirements to be the same as the province. Presumably everything else in the rest of the province was safe, because if you were running a bar or pub and you ran that same bar or pub, same footprint in Vancouver, you could have less people in it than if it was in Burnaby or Prince George. And it didn't make sense. And I think this is another example. The only other point I want to touch on that wasn't mentioned, that's a really important one, is affordability. It's expensive to travel. People still want to be able to enjoy life and visit and go places. You could stay at the Pangea Pod Hotel in Whistler, for example, for $59 tonight, and you would be paying a minimum $300-400 in a traditional hotel. That's a pretty significant difference. And just like we want choices on our housing spectrum, we want choices for people in hotels, so that it's not just those that have, sufficient means that can visit Vancouver, but lots of people can come here and enjoy our city. So just wanted to mention the affordability aspect as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we can go to a vote on the motion. And that motion passes with unanimous support. And so that completes motion 3. So thank you very much. We are going to now move to item 4. Motion 4, allocating additional funds to accelerate pedestrian safety measures, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Joe. Before we start, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none. Councillor Dominato, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yes, thanks, Chair. And as noted, this motion is co-submitted with my colleague, Councillor Joe. We've been asked a number of times this week as to why we're bringing this motion forward. And for us, it's a very clear mandate that we want to ensure that pedestrians are safe on our streets, no matter what time of day they're out and whatever they're doing. And if people are curious, was asked why this week, the coroner's office, BC Coroner's Office, undertook a review of pedestrian fatalities in the province between 2012 and 2021. And the average annual pedestrian deaths is 55 in our province. And for Vancouver, over that time span, it's 81 people have died. And so if you break that down, that's 8 people a year. And so that is far too many, and any loss of life is unnecessary and it's awful. And we are committed to trying to address those concerns. When we look at our current capital plan, 13.4 million allocated for 16 signals and 20 flashing beacons. That's 4 a year and 5 a year, respectively. And there's many other opportunities to address pedestrian safety, including leading pedestrian intervals, curb bulges, raised zebra lines, and other measures that we talked about with Vision Zero. And so that's really the drive behind this motion, is to create a more safe environment for pedestrians throughout the city.
Great, thank you very much. So we are now going to hear from registered speakers to this motion, and you can see we have speaker number 1, Nathan Davidovich, who is here in chambers. So please welcome, Nathan. You can start when you're ready.
Thank you, members of council. I support motion 4. However, adding more money does not solve all the problems. In previous years, City Council used to vote on every new traffic signal and delegations were heard. Leaving it all to staff is the wrong path. Many other city councils in BC have proper standing committees on transportation that discuss in detail most transportation projects. The school and park board representatives are not here. They are where most of the problems are. And, we need to do a proper audit of all the schools and park facilities. Many, school parents advisory committees have submitted petitions and all kinds of things, but you never see that. The staff hide it from you. The downtown east side is a major problem, but nothing has been done much since 2011. On per capita basis, the downtown east side has the most accidents. These accidents could be reduced with proper Vision Zero procedures, which the city adopted, but there is no staff to implement the Vision Zero procedures. Major improvement that only needs small operating budget increases are daylighting a major intersection on all major streets and bus routes. And that does not cost capital money. That's an operating money. And the money is already there to do it. It's just a matter of having the staff go and do it. And they are not doing it because there is no committee that directs them what to do. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Nathan, for coming in to speak to council. We'll now move to speaker number 2, Shanyan Boone, who is a registered speaker online.
Hello?
Hi there, we can hear you. You're welcome to start.
Great. Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm a member of Vision Zero Vancouver, and I'm here to speak in support of Councillor Dominato and Councillor Joe's motion. This motion references many traffic safety interventions that all have proven effectiveness in reducing pedestrian deaths and injuries on our roads. We're glad that we have councillors who will be championing the expansion of leading pedestrian intervals, ideally with restricted right turns on red for the best safety benefit. This is inexpensive, low-hanging fruit. But that's a good thing. We should be implementing interventions with great cost benefit to achieve the greatest reduction as quickly as possible. However, I want to emphasize that we will be expecting more in the future. While this motion will be reallocating some funds towards a very good cause, we'd like to see future capital budgets reflect this direction from Council. We need funding for modal filters, active transport improvements, physical traffic calming, sidewalks, and curb cuts. While this motion does the important work for using what funds we have now to make changes we can make as soon as we can, we'd love to see this council take this as a first step and pursue more ambitious initiatives to reach the Vision Zero goals that the city has already committed to. We hope to see this motion pass and to see what staff come up with in their June report. We hope that staff will take this direction from council and focus on delivering a lot of great infrastructure as quickly as possible, recognizing the urgency of addressing the deaths and injuries on our streets. Thank you to Councillor Dominato and Councillor Joe for bringing forward this motion, and we hope to see many more like it in the coming years.
Great, thank you very much. We are now going to move to speaker number 3, Lucy Maloney, who's here in person. Hi, Lucy. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thanks. I support this motion to fund traffic calming infrastructure to protect pedestrians and reduce deaths and injuries on Vancouver's roads. Thank you to Councillors Dominato and Joe for leading this initiative. Traffic deaths are preventable, and this council has the power to ensure that our streets are built so that deaths are prevented. There are many great reasons to pass this motion today, but a significant one is that traffic calming infrastructure benefits elderly people. A woman in her 80s was struck and killed by a driver while crossing the intersection of Nanaimo and East Hastings streets in East Vancouver in March. This week, an elderly man drove his car into the side of Vancouver House, injuring his wife, who was a passenger. He accidentally pressed the accelerator pedal instead of the brake while parking. By sheer luck, nobody else was injured, even though this happened at a very busy pedestrian thoroughfare. Elderly and disabled people often take longer to cross the street, and there's generally at least a 5 to 10 year age gap between losing the ability to drive safely and the end of life. Many of Vancouver's seniors face the difficult choice between giving up driving and facing social isolation or a loss of independence, or keeping driving and potentially endangering themselves and other people. Traffic calming infrastructure can protect elderly people from being struck and provide safe, convenient alternatives to driving so that the end of driving doesn't mean the end of independent participation in the community. Bump outs are one of the forms of traffic calming infrastructure mentioned in paragraph 10 of the motion. A curb bump out is a sidewalk extension that protrudes into the road at intersections or along streets. Bump outs provide improved pedestrian safety by reducing the crossing distance and increasing visibility while also calming traffic. Daylighting of intersections improves safety by preventing cars being parked too close to crosswalks and reducing visibility. By keeping the area next to crosswalks clear of increasingly large vehicles, people walking and people driving or cycling on the street can see each other better. You can daylight an intersection by putting any solid object close to the corner, including Mobi bike stations, large rocks, concrete jersey barriers, planter boxes, or something more permanent like rain gardens or bioswales. Daylighting intersections can also help drivers to see approaching traffic or pedestrians from the stop line without needing to roll through to see if it's clear and in the process blocking the crosswalk. I hope to see many more initiatives from this council to fund and install traffic calming infrastructure, including a direct cycling route on Powell, which is the key part of the Portside Greenway project. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Lucy, for coming in to speak. And then our final speaker is speaker number 4, Rhiannon Fox.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm calling to express my support for the motion to accelerate the installation of pedestrian safety measures across our city, particularly in critical areas such as around schools, community centers, and parks. Every day, thousands of Vancouver residents, including myself and my family, travel our city by walking or rolling, and ensuring their safety should be a top priority. This motion is a step in the right direction, and I'm really happy to see councillors bring it forward. By setting specific targets to increase pedestrian controlled traffic signals, rapid flashing beacons, and leading pedestrian intervals, council will be making a statement that pedestrian safety does matter. It saves lives, it creates safer crossing points for everyone, and it makes our streets more vibrant and more livable. I would encourage staff to do more than simply explore restrictions on right turns at intersections with leading pedestrian intervals, however, as LPIs will be far less effective if right turns are still permitted. While I'd like to see this motion go further, I do hope this is a preliminary step towards building a city that prioritizes people's lives, safety, and comfort above traffic throughput. We have a long way to go to create safe streets in Vancouver, but please pass this motion and then keep going. Cities around the world are showing us every day how much better our cities can be when politicians put people first. We can do it too, with motions like this, with physical traffic calming, reallocating space to people walking and rolling, and making it easier for people to get out of their cars and use public transit and active transportation instead. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate you calling in. So that does bring us to the end of the speakers list. We are going to now move to discussion, but first just want to thank speakers for taking the time to speak to the committee today. I am looking at our list here and I see Councillor Zhou, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So can I ask a question through you to the city manager, Chair?
You can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I didn't see any other stuff here, so I just want to ask a question regarding, I heard of a few concerns from different community members regarding the timing of the pedestrian signals at intersection being too short. Can you comment on that? And what is our plan to, maybe comply with the national standard in terms of the duration?
So through the chair, yeah, thanks for the question. I would want to, Councillor, get you the details from our experts in transportation around that. It is work that I think we're doing on new signals to upgrade those, and they are retiming them I don't have the specifics at hand around the number, for example, that we would be adjusting in any given year, but we can certainly follow up with that.
Okay, thank you. I guess not sure if you know the answer. Do you know the cost of adjusting the timing of the signals?
I do not. We could report back on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, I would like to bring forward a amendment. So, Chair, if you want to move me to the amendment queue.
Absolutely. Please go ahead and put yourself back on the queue, and we will need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Dominato, and over to you, Councillor Zhou.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so, I think we received some further information from staff regarding the pedestrian safety, especially about the timing of the pedestrian, the walk signals. I really appreciate the further information from staff. So, that's why I put forward this this amendment after we finalizing this motion. So basically, it's very straightforward. So it directs staff to review the opportunity for the pedestrian signals, the timing of the pedestrian signals, especially near the school zones, and also accelerating the updating of these signals. Because I heard from the Transportation Association of Canada, there is a guidelines, so about 1 meters per second walking speed. But I think many of our intersections, especially in the school zones, is actually higher than that, meaning the timing is shortened. So I even received a few comments from the community members to ask me to look into these situations. Especially, I heard there's one comment in the Killarney area at Captain Cook Elementary School. One of the parents was really concerning about his son's safety because it's just too short. So I guess this amendment is very straightforward, just to direct staff to review those intersections and perhaps accelerating the signals in order to comply with the guidelines. I'll leave it here. Thanks,
Great.
Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zhou. So we do have a motion on the floor. It's up on the screen. And Councillor Fry, I see you're on the queue to speak to the amendment.
Yeah. Happy to support this amendment and the motion overall, and I think it is consistent with advocacy that we've collectively done for improving safety measures. And it does raise a question for me, though, and I'm wondering if, Chair, through you, I could ask of the city manager, just, and this is sort of in follow-up to an email I sent out this morning, actually, about enforcement. We've collectively introduced a lot of measures to improve pedestrian safety, cyclist safety, Vision Zero, those kind of things. But what seems to be apparent to me is that enforcement of some of these is not a sort of a priority. And I'm wondering just how do we advocate more sort of vociferously for better enforcement of these sort of initiatives where drivers are not necessarily respecting the signs or the LPIs or what have you?
Go ahead. Thank you.
Through the chair, so I do think that's a question that's best answered by the Vancouver Police Department in terms of how they prioritize their enforcement efforts. My understanding is that they do prioritize those based on risk. So in some of the cases, enforcing all of these requirements across the whole city wouldn't be practical in any event. They do look at accident data and so on as the basis for where they prioritize their efforts. Obviously, there's a resource allocation decision around how many resources they have allocated to traffic enforcement, and that's the type of detail that I'm happy to pass that request on to the VPD to report back to.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just see that these are great targeted initiatives, and obviously school zones, and we want people to slow down in school zones. We did get a recent report that suggested that's not always the case, despite our best intentions. So maybe we need to take that next conversation. But I'm happy to see a follow up on that. Thanks.
Great.
And again, thank you, Councillor Zhou and Councillor Dominato, for this advocacy.
Thank you very much. We can go to a vote on the amendment put forth by Councillor Zhou. And that motion passes with unanimous support. Thank you very much. So that takes us back to the main queue of now an amended motion. And Councillor Zhou, you have the floor.
Okay, so I'll just make some closing remarks. So I will be brief. I think Councillor Dominato has made a lot of very good points here. Pedestrian safety is my priority. It's not just about statistics or numbers. It is about the well-being of our children, families, and our community. It's about the well-being of my kid. The safety measure proposed in this motion, flashing beacons, zebra markings, pedestrian controlled signals, LPIs, they are not just abstract concept. They are the lifelines for our loved ones. They give me hope when my child getting older, when he can navigate on our city's streets safely, without fears or danger around the corner. Especially I got very interested in LPI since last year. It is very low cost but high impact measurement. I think the number from the city staff is it costs only about $2,000 per LPI intersection, but it can reduce accident by 60%. Surrey, they claim they have the most LPI in the province. I think they have 73 or something. City of Vancouver, we have 57, which is not far from the 73. So I really hope by the end of the year, City of Vancouver, we can claim we have the most LPI across the province. Yeah, so this motion isn't just about ticking a box or fulfilling some obligations. It's a heartfelt plea to prioritize the safety of our children above everything else. It's a promise to every parent in Vancouver that we will do everything in our power to protect their precious ones. One life lost on the street is one too many. We need to work towards our target, which is zero deaths and zero serious injury on the street. Yeah, I also want to emphasize this motion isn't the end. It's just a beginning. It's the first step towards creating a city where our kids can thrive, grow, and explore without shadow of danger hanging over them. When we prioritize safety of our children, we are not just building safer streets, we are building a brighter future for everyone. I just want to thank the great feedback we received from city staff, from Vision Zero, from the other committee members. Your feedback has been incorporated into this motion. Working together instead of pointing finger on each other is how we move initiative like this forward. Thank you for all your great collaboration in the past couple months. I really hope to get support from the council for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now call on Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd like to thank Councillor Dominato and Councillor Joe for bringing this motion forward. And I truly believe it'll make a tangible difference for pedestrians and also cyclists in our city. As we've heard today, LPIs, leading pedestrian intervals, also known as pedestrian head start signals, which I really like that terminology, can be added to our existing streetlights for a relatively low cost. My understanding is that's around $2,000. But they can reduce pedestrian and vehicle crashes by up to 60%. So currently we have 57 intersections in Vancouver with LPIs, and this motion will help accelerate that work and add more. And I also appreciated Councillor Joe's thoughtful amendment to review the timing of the pedestrian walk signals at all intersections within 250 meters of schools to meet the national guidelines. So our current 2023 to 2026 capital plan already includes $13.4 million for more than 100 safety improvements across Vancouver. Things like raised crosswalks, which are proven to slow drivers down, curb bulges, flashing pedestrian beacons, scramble crossings, and more. And these changes will center the safety of pedestrians and cyclists in our city, and I really believe will save lives. So I look forward to supporting this motion and to the report coming back from staff detailing the additional pedestrian safety measures that we can take. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And to close on the motion, Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And just a couple of reflections. The part of the impetus for this as well, for this motion, is that we are densifying as a city, and we've seen this with a number of developments that have come forward to council, where we add additional buildings and homes and increases foot traffic around in those neighborhoods that traditionally maybe didn't have that foot traffic because it didn't have the same number of residents. And so this topic of having additional measures, whether it be a pedestrian controlled signal or rapid flashing beacon, has come up in the past. It certainly comes up in the context of high traffic areas like our community centers, our parks and schools. And just acknowledging, for example, Councillor Clausen recently had the opportunity to go and meet with our school board chair and with parents representing Lord Byng Secondary School. And while I don't know the details related to the student that was struck there, it has led to life-altering injuries for that student. And so Councillor Clausen was out there. We've met with staff. They are looking at this moment at measures to address a very complicated intersection in that area. Also, just to note, a number of years ago when I was on council, I met with a resident whose wife passed away. She was walking in their neighborhood near Kingsway and had crossed the street. The sidewalk had ended, and then because there was no sidewalk, crossed to the other side of the street to access the sidewalk. But in doing so, was struck by a vehicle that was backing up for some reason. VPD looked into the matter, and while there may have been some issues around the driver themselves, they also identified that the city was lacking sidewalk infrastructure, which was what prompted this woman to cross the street in the first place. And so they undertook a full investigation. But I think it just speaks to the importance of our role in looking at city infrastructure. Drivers have a responsibility, pedestrians have a responsibility, but we do know there are certain things that we can do in an urban context to try to mitigate and prevent serious injury or death. And so I appreciate the dialogue around the table. I appreciate the amendment from Councillor Zhou, because I've also heard on a number of occasions that the walk times at some of our intersections are far too short, particularly 4-lane intersections with a 7 second or an 8-second walk time. I hope this will accelerate some of our investments in this space, and I hope that council will support the motion. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. That does bring us to the end of the speaking list, so we'll move over to a vote on the amended motion. And that motion passes with unanimous support. So that does complete that item, and it also completes the standing committee portion of this meeting. So we will now convene in council with Mayor Sim as chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting. Over to you, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. We'll now convene in council in order to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's standing committee on city finance and services meeting. Can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby Young, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bligh,
present,
Councillor Boyle, Councillor Fry, Councillor Montague, Councillor Claassen, Councillor Meisner, Councillor Zhou.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Thank you very much. So we need a motion to adopt the standing committee's recommendations for reports 1 through 6 and council member motions 1 through 4. Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Claassen. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. So would someone like to move a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Kirby Young, seconded by Councillor Zhou. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. The motion is adjourned, or sorry, the meeting is adjourned. Meeting, almost got it. All right, thank you, everyone.